All right. Again, Rich, just let me know when we're good to go. Okay, we're good. So we are live and broadcasting. Yeah. And in board docs, you should be able to access in the work session. The first item is FY 27 budget assumptions. And before we kind of look through the different kind of sections of that, um, kind of procedurally, what we do with the budget assumptions is what we're trying to do is kind of have a conversation less attached to numbers. And a conversation about what is the like instructional program, what's the educational program that you want for the school district that we'll then use to try to run numbers on. So we have assumptions that we're saying like, hey, what's the program that you want? We're also going to build in assumptions and do things like we've done in the past. Like, hey, what do we think the revenues assumptions are going to be? So we say, hey, this is our projection for enrollment. This is our projection for state aid. This is our projection for local contribution. Kind of run through all these things that we know aren't set and determined really until some later point. But trying to say like, again, before we kind of do the math of it all, going like, hey, are these the right assumptions to use? Is this what you want us to see the numbers with? And that gives us like that ability to do a first draft of a budget where we think that, hey, it's going to align with what you think you want. And then we can look at the numbers and go like, well, if we're in that much of a surplus, we can do more. Like we didn't think of enough stuff. Or you can go like, oh, that's a deficit that's really big and we're not comfortable with that. But it kind of gives you the ability right now, looking at assumptions, to can kind of have a conversation that's just a little bit less attached to what the numbers might be. Though you can probably do the math, I can project out, be like, oh, well, it's going to be this type of deficit or this type of deficit. Really see anything, they'll probably end up with a projected surplus. But it gets us from freaking out, hopefully, too much about the numbers we talk about. What's the program that you really want? And then the kind of the idea is to identify the program you want, the job administration, do our best to deliver that. Okay. Any structural wonders about kind of that big picture?
There were three asterisks on this.
There were two asterisks, meaning I updated it twice. Once I'd added a few things to it. So if you looked at it when the document didn't have any asterisks, there are a couple like additions to it, some changes. And then the second asterisk was, as I read through it again, I went, that is just grammatically bad. And so I did a fix of that. Like at first I was like, ah, it's just one. When I got to about 5 or 6, I was like, no, fix that. And we did take a look at these with the we looked at these with the finance committee this month. The first asterisk changes were administratively done after that meeting, but otherwise the finance committee took a look at this. Programmatic assumptions and kind of like that's that kind of big picture thing is, you know, continuing to say like, hey, we want to make sure that we're focused on in implementing a strategic plan, that we're continuing to dedicate resources to support the Alaska Reads Act and improvements in student achievement and reading that's driving. And then other programmatic assumptions that we continue to offer our public preschool program with the awareness that the grant is in the grant that we've had for 3 years is coming to an end. And I don't think it's likely that we'll continue on that. I was hoping that there'd be a way that I could more easily get us a 4th year. And I just don't think the procedure that the state's going to use is going to fit us that. Cross our fingers, but I don't think that would be a wise assumption.
Yeah. And that grant will end at the end of the school.
June 30, and there's no carryover.
No ability.
Correct. BPLC is looking at a grant to try to help support some of like the expenses on their side of things, which could help with maintaining the program. In terms of what should we be looking at, I think you should look at what would it cost. For the other assumptions are in some ways more technical. And so I might pause a bit that we can come back to it and just go like, kind of programmatically, is there other things that are going like, well, hey, here's this either need that through like our work over the past year, go like, I think we've got an unmet need or some other like programmatic shift that you think that you want to see a budget try to support.
Lunch program is stable.
Feels stable. Like I don't see that at this point there'd be an assumption of taking on any costs with that, nor do I know if I recommend doing it. And in conversations again with Callie and Jake with ABC, they have sounded comfortable in things continuing as they are for now.
Is there any other like increased expenses that we should be expecting this year, like with health insurance costs or anything like that?
For like next fiscal year,
Yeah, for this that we're planning.
everything will increase in costs. And that's part of like the technical work, like at some point, like for health insurance, like Jeremy and I will sit down and as we draft the budget, start trying to put together like what are our best estimates for what that increase might be. And again, trying to not over or underestimate that.
Yeah, because 15% is a little different than inflation.
There's a big increase this year. I don't know that it would continue into next year. We're hearing a lot of stuff in the news right now about health insurance, but our health insurance renews mid calendar year. Everybody else's renews at the calendar. So everyone else is experiencing that now, as well as the kind of drama about the subsidies under the Affordable Care Act. One of the other things that caused some of the increase with the Public Education Health Trust was that the trust for 2 or 3 years had been subsidizing rates, had been spending reserves. And so in a sense, the last like 2 years at least, maybe 3 years, the rates were 2% lower than in a sense they should have been. In this last year, the trust did not feel comfortable doing that, based on their own reserves.
So the technical side of things that you guys are considering every year, you're already factoring like, increases into the healthcare things. And what I'm also hearing is that are you considering inflation every year, like as it is, or are you projecting like 2 years in advance? We saw 7% this year, it could be 9% in 2 years.
Big thing, and if you look at the staffing assumptions, like those are going to be really big cost drivers. And the staffing assumptions, we say maintaining current staffing levels and distribution. There is an addition, and this was one of the asterisk changes, adding some like some part-time special education teacher services at Cantwell to help serve some needs that we have down there. And we're still kind of getting to know some of the new students we have to see if that needed. Right now, it's like let's assume that we need that and try to figure that out. And then assume stable staff contract structures. So a big driver is in your expenses is staffing costs, and there's shifts in, even if you assume, as the third bullet says, all current staff return, that those current staff move on the salary scale, and therefore we can use that to predict, hey, this is what the costs would be. And that's a big chunk of, in a sense, your inflation. Then we'd be looking at what are the other things that are going to impact that benefits cost. Health insurance is the big driver, kind of non-salary based driver of the benefits. And usually Jeremy and I have been trying to remember to budget like 7-8%, so that we're not over or undering it. Again, for FY26, we were in there.
Okay.
So that kind of shocked us a bit for the FY26.
Yeah.
As the finance committee looked at the budget assumptions, we were pretty comfortable with them. Now really is the time for the board to really start looking at, like we've seen some of the test results and they're looking really good. Is there ways through like budget things that we could, if we wanted to increase something? I mean, all of this is telling again is is he's gonna look at stuff like to try and make things better, you know, like, so if we felt like reading was struggling, you know, like could we as a board have Dan look at adding something for the read center? If math was really struggling, like what could we do to make that better? Like, you know, we think about talking about our test results, we think about our strategic plan, like how is our budget supporting those areas that we consider are very important to us as a board? And so like kind of like now's the time, like if you think like home ec or like the shop class is really going to benefit the students in the Denali Borough School District, like now's the time to at least ask Dan to price that out. Like, what is that going to cost to stand something like that up? If it's outside of maybe what we already currently have, because I mean, Dan, we're gonna give Dan that direction, and then he's gonna come back and say, hey, you are like $1 million, you know, over your budget or whatever, and then we'll have to say, oh, well, I guess we can't do that, we're gonna be back where we're at. So to me, this is a great opportunity to like, to share with Dan and the board, things that maybe you wonder about or that you see that could maybe continue to benefit education in the Denali Borough School District. I mean, he's gonna take care of the administration, the weed stuff. We really, at this point, really get to say, you know, how can we direct the education within our budget and within our means, for in Denali.
So that being said, that's very helpful, thank you. Is there any way that we could discuss, some of this, so at the small sites, we have some really cool, like, after-school programs that are very heavily attended by our homeschool kids. Is there any way to, like, for example, it's 4-H in Anderson. We have a ton of children that are interested in 4-H. Is there any way that we could open that up as like a class hour within our structured school day and maybe focus in on like music and PE as structured things so that we can maybe convince some of these homeschool kids to sign into these programs that they're particularly interested in, which is usually PE, usually music. And this 4-H is really, we have a lot of participation from our homeschool kids. And I think that may be a good way to attract them to some of the school amenities and offerings. Come in during like a regular school day instead of just participate in the extracurricular activity.
How would that impact enrolled students? Ability to take that class, I guess.
I think Katie's suggesting if it was a class rather than a club, and as a class still attracted some of the students to participate. Technical terms we call participation in class enrollment.
So like, with something like that, we're kind of looking like at, do we need a half-time teacher? Can our current staff possibly stand up something like that? Does that require some teacher sharing between some of our sites? I mean, like, so like that, those are good questions. I think this is the feedback Dan's looking for, and you can price whatever out you want. We talk about this finance committee.
So especially for that 4-H club currently, the majority of the kids in the elementary school class are already in it, as well as the homeschool class, or kids. And it's led by Beth, who is the regular school day teacher. So it may be a possibility that she would be open to, you know, including it into her curriculum. I know that clay and pottery is a big deal down in Cantwell. That might be an opening there.
The 4-H clubs, multi-age.
Yeah, it's mostly attended by our elementary age kids. I think it is the oldest, probably 6th grade. They go all the way down to like 5-year-olds. There's participants 5 to 6. Yeah. They are the Clover Leafs. Shout out to them.
It's a good group of kids. I did them out there. I heard something that was with them. Here.
I mean, that's kind of what we're looking for, like, in the straight time to brainstorm.
We'll kind of walk through some of the other sections and see if that begins there's any additional thoughts.
Yeah.
On revenue assumptions, with enrollment, are projecting, Anderson and Campbell to remain at 10 with number of seniors and preschoolers. This does not involve, like, I've reached out and talked to the parents of them and say like, hey, are you planning to enroll? Understand that just, if we have a school of 10, that's a risk. Between this assumption, even if we talk to a parent, that people move and would say right now, like as of today, Campbell's 12. And we would predict 12 for next year. I could have done that, put another asterisk and change that. A little bit kind of breathing room there, but when you're low, it's like things shift. Remember last year, Anderson started the school at 12, and 6 and 7. That count. Do see increase of students with intensive needs. We do think that we'll retain the 4 students that we had during the count period, and then we've added another student since. So we do think that will be 5 students with those qualifications. On the state side, I think we're going to be static on the base student allocation. I really don't see stuff getting through the legislative session, kind of as things are in the current administration on the state level. I don't. I will be very surprised if there's any sort of shift on that. So I think we're going to be static with the 6660 ESA. For local funding, I fully assume that they'll meet their legal requirement and provide that required local contribution. And one thing that we might want to discuss is the additional 23% contribution. Oftentimes we calculate that a little bit below what our actual enrollment projection is. And that kind of, in a sense, it cushions the conversation. It keeps us from being like right up at that exact thing. And if our enrollment comes down in a little bit low, just kind of means that we don't have to kind of have a conversation with the borough about like, we need to give money back. And that was, I think, more germane a few years ago when the borough would give us a single lump sum payment bulk contribution right like in August. And I think the year before, 2 years before I started my tenure here, there was a time where it was that cap. And enrollment came in a little bit low. So the borough had given a little bit too much. The superintendent at the time, rather than like writing a check and bringing it over to the mayor's office and saying, thank you so much for being so supportive. You know, here you go. Really appreciate this, you know, because you're going to need it because we're coming back here next year and asking for a bunch. He was going like, well, maybe we'll just keep that and figure out some other way to call it this or that. Kind of had a relationship issue in that, and it avoids that. Right now, the borough is providing our payments in 2, or supporting 2 payments. They do the required local in August, and then once the Oasis gets finalized, like December, January, then they'll do the second. And that also helps because it kind of lets them know, like, can we give this much? In terms of what they've approved on that dollar. So with that, structurally, I don't think you'd have the awkwardness of, oh, if we were to say budget that ask for 900 rather than 800 came in at 850. I don't think you'd have awkwardness. You just go like, hey, borough, appreciate that dollar sum that you approved. I'm gonna let you know you actually can't do that. And you could have any conversation with suggestions for that extra $25,000 or $50,000 in a sense, but or the district's holding it when we're the ones that can't. We shouldn't do that. Other things on revenue, the DWEEP grant, which is I forget what the W stands for. It's the early education program. It's a preschool grant that I think we will be ending. There's a small grant that we also get, the school improvement grant, that will also be ending. We inform other school districts. I didn't get the memo. that there's a small grant that they have been giving to schools that receive a designation for targeted support. Peaks often in that category. It's a $25,000 a year grant. This year it's $20,000 to help support efforts to help them rectify those areas that they need to improve. And they told everybody, no grant next year, still got to do all this stuff. There's just no grant money to support it. It's $20,000, so it wouldn't be significant, but just to be aware of it. No specific use of dedicated reserves for operating expenses. Again, a lever sometimes that we've looked at and put in the budget, and we've taken out of the budget, kind of thing, how we felt sometimes. Kind of an easy one, our first one we go to is using funds from the transportation fund to help cover the overage of our pupil transportation costs. So like this past year, there was $65,000 in FY25 that was paid from operating budget to pay for pupil transportation. You could use your transportation fund for that. Right? You have to change that assumption and see what the numbers pan out to be in the decisions there. With our unrestricted carryover, then you put in, we would strategically prepay some of our FY27 expenses in FY26. Help kind of manage that for our maximizing our local use of that. And then try to look to end the FY27 budget with $700,000 unrestricted. That'd be below your 10% threshold, still provide a significant cushion if there was some sort of shock in the system. And then with capital improvement projects, just kind of state that we're continuing to do the septic and leach field using our funds from the capital improvement fund for that. Still applying for the reimbursement from the state and then participating share from the borough. And when those would come in, you recapitalize that fund.
Question about
Yeah.
bus use. Bus routes. Is it being used? Consistent, do you know?
It's low numbers in terms of the buses are not full because we don't have that many kids on the route. They are used, they're not run empty. I was talking with First Student, mentioned it in my report, and they are actually going to give us two different price structures. One, as we've traditionally done, which is a per route price. And then we can adjust up or down, adding or subtracting the route. But that per route price builds in like their overhead, the costs of maintaining the bus barn, local manager, their overhead stuff at the facility. All within just, it costs this much to run a route. The other pricing model, they'll say, we're going to price that as a standalone and then tell you how much a route is. So if you want to add a route, you're adding that route cost rather than the overhead portion. And a little bit cleaner model. It'd be easier potentially to kind of like understand, well, what would it cost if we were to add the service vacuum amps if we had to move in on the highway? So yeah, we can stand that bus up. We know exactly what it's going to cost. And it wasn't priced, the contract wasn't priced out, subsidizing that overhead cost for student across 3 buses.
Is the contract language changing to provide flexibility in the next 3 years? We have numbers change or school situation change?
And then it always has had flexibility. This other pricing model might be more clear and more advantageous for us if we were to add routes. It would also look less weird, like by paying for a route that we're not operating. They're just going straight on the buses. They do, and when we asked about that last time, they said, you know, we could do that, but it's not, it actually doesn't reduce your cost.
Even if it doesn't reduce our cost, it could reduce their cost. That's just not very smart. They've been running big buses with 4 kids riding when I rode, and we had less students now.
We think from our side, it's not going to reduce our costs.
Yeah.
And at that point, there are 2 companies sitting at the table. So I'm thinking, okay, one's going to say, yeah, we're going to do this because we're going to get you a better price. We'll get the business. Both look me straight in the eye and said, you can do it. It's not going to reduce your costs and reduce your safety.
Having the smaller buses.
Smaller buses, I mean, that bus is going to win most battles on the highways. Like, it is gonna not, it's got a lot of momentum, whether it's moving or sitting still.
Yeah.
Shrink the bus, you shrink the momentum.
Yeah, when we hit the moves in middle school, we didn't hardly flinch.
Right.
Which was good.
Small bus, you might feel it a bit more, but you think of some of the big rigs on the highway and stuff, you know, yeah. I feel more comfortable having one.
Makes sense.
If it would have reduced cost a lot, then it'd be like, well, let's talk about that, but they were also like. You're right, Mike, so.
I have a question on your outfit.
So the Tri-Valley attendance area and route goes to Bear Creek, June Creek. And then the Anderson attendance area and bus would go to Cookville.
And how long are kids sitting on that bus?
Potentially, I can have like the Anderson bus, like when it had a robust highway population. Like long ago, I remember it would kind of flip flop year to year, but generally would start picking kids up at Kobe. Kind of move up through Clear. Pass Anderson. Go up around the Fireweed, pick kids up there. Come back and then turn into Anderson. So if you're the first person on the bus, you're on the bus for like an hour to go into Anderson, even though if you're driving it, Kobe, you're like 20 minutes from the highway section. And that's a similar duration to like the first person that could be getting on the bus for Tri-Valley. You get on at June Creek, or on the south if you get on at mile 223, I think is our farthest south.
Yeah, the one getting on at June Creek, you go down Lignite and then up Stampede and then.
Yeah.
And
And on the south side, sorry. On the south side, you come in and then you go up Hilltop. And then come back out. Because you don't go down that underneath. Non-road thing at the Hilltop.
That would be.
Yeah. And so again, it ends up being this long, it's like a long, inefficient route. Because we just live strung out on the highway. In Cantwell, depending again on where kids live, it's a big clover loop. So I don't, like, I'm thinking now, okay, if we start at picking up kids in the Jack River Nation area, and you come into Cantwell, you go into the old village of Cantwell, come out to the Parks Highway, south on the Parks Highway, there's one or two kids that might live there. Go to the turn around, you gotta go out to the Valley Highway, pick people up at the end of a couple of roads there, go to like the big kind of parking area where the Denali is closed, that's your turnaround, and you come back to the school. So again, that first student might be on the bus 45 minutes.
Off of transportation. I think I asked a question, I can't remember. Do we have a middle school, high school PE teacher or program?
So we don't have a dedicated certified PE teacher. So in elementary grades, a classroom teacher is teaching PE, and then in your middle school and high school grades, one of the other teachers is going to be teaching a PE.
So there's a PE class going on, we just don't have a dedicated teacher.
That's correct.
Has there ever been a dedicated PE teacher?
Long ago, I'm not sure when the last time it was just a PE teacher. Lori Brewer was a PE teacher, just a PE teacher for some time of her work here. And then also there's a that was a PE teacher. I know Tate because he worked in the same time I was here. And then for a period of time, yeah, she did like 2 days a year, 3 days a year.
I guess I'm traveling. 2014, and Lori took that second grade class.
Yeah. And
I believe that was her priority.
and Tate left around 2000.
Could we see what that would look like to add that position?
If that's what the board wants.
You're asking about an elementary teacher.
K through 12, somebody that can take on the entirety of both sides, since it's a K through 12 building, and just for Tri-Valley. But I mean, at one point with all the overwhelming studies that physical, like, fitness and the physical movement does so much for kids and their ability to think, and we get cooped up inside for so many months out of the year. I think it's a worthwhile investment in their education, especially when we look at like the rates of young men that have issues with sitting still for so long. Like, I think to have that in a dedicated class section is worth at least looking into for the cost of things.
The high school has class right now, I'm trying to think of how many people are sitting are in that class.
There's a pretty large enrollment. There's a lot of the freshman kids. And then, almost every girl basketball player. And so there's a large enrollment in that class who really enjoy it.
Like 15.
Yeah, around 15, and I know there's gonna be more at this semester that are gonna join.
I assume we have some requirements for PE and health credits, and so they'd have to be enrolled in some class like that. And I'm pretty sure that, yeah, it was probably right around that 2013 time when I graduated. I can't remember. Lori was still the PE teacher, but they had exercise physiology that we were able to get in and do, and it's similar to this conditioning class, I think.
Can I still use their participation in sports to help with their fee for that?
Exactly. If they need it.
Yeah, like, forget the technical aspects of it, but it's full season provides quarter credit. But I think it waives the credit, waives the PE part of the credit without reducing the number of credits.
And then there's the health part of the.
Health is then a separate class. There's also a credit that's required in health.
I guess part of the reason I ask whether it's something that we want for full K-5, because when Lori did it, as I recall, it was in K-5. If she focused on elementary school, but, you know,
She was my middle school and high school PE and health teacher too. When I was a freshman, so there, at least there was a time when she was doing all of it. Or at least middle school and high school. I wasn't here.
Yeah, I don't even, not even sure how that would work with 7 periods. But, so I remember the K-4 transition when teachers were asked to start incorporating movement into their own curriculum. And, finding ways to get kids outside and, like, as you can imagine, they get creative and, they combine their classes to go out and do things together. And I think that's been a great, option without having a PE teacher. I'm not saying it's ideal, but I guess adding a PE teacher, you want to feel confident?
Well, it's a significant expense. That's not being realistic.
I'd be
Yes,
interested to see what that looks like.
Sure, thanks.
We'll be seeing a general.
So just because we're like saying yes, we're just like costing it out. We're not
Yeah.
necessarily committed.
Yeah,
If
absolutely.
people are hesitant, like, don't like think, oh, you're nodding your head and you're like, we're like in the blood now.
I can use the example, there have been several times over the past decade that the board at this discussion level has said, we should have a lunch program.
Yeah.
Okay, great.
Yeah.
You run the numbers, they go, we should not have a lunch program. But then they should see the shifting cost of that, and I think that shift in resource.
The other thing in that category, of course, is art, and it's been a lot of the hire a dedicated art teacher for like as well, so. Where do we put? Where does the value? What's more valuable? Currently, that's integrated into the curriculum, just like one thing. Art club.
Is there, I mean, this is just a question of learning, does art have any sort of requirement, or is that some, an elective?
Being an
Basically,
elective category.
Okay,
So you have so many lessons.
yeah. I just was wondering if there was some sort of art credit.
I mean, if you're in an additive and generous mood, again, you could look at, not enough to be like a full FTE, but, like right now, with RESAC, we've got a large portion of one teacher's time kind of focused on helping with reading interventions. You could do a similar structure with math. You could say, we want more reading intervention because we want to bring that up to high grades. Right now, we really are focused K3 with the kind of 4-5 part as well. But also kind of this challenge of like those upper level interventions, kind of structure and time for them. And then math, this people across the state have kind of had the READS Act and seeing some of the impacts on student achievement in K3. Kind of that question of like, okay, the time for like a kind of that structural focus on supporting development of mathematics as well.
It came up in the finance committee meetings, and it wasn't me that brought it up, but I'll bring it up here. Just keep in mind that bullet point that points out that, the preschool grant is going away, and person there for the different preschoolers. Each of the communities, and I don't know a number associated with the preschool program right now.
But you're gonna build the budget with preschool still intact. with
Yeah.
that budget.
Yeah.
Mhm.
And some specific things like we'll pull out like kind of hard numbers on that type of item. Like both these like, hey, what would it be for a PE teacher? Like we'll have kind of that overall, and PE teacher's gonna have, I'm telling you now, something like expect 120, 150,000 full-time certified teacher. You do kind of an assumption middle of the salary scale. You usually say, let's assume that they take family benefits. What's it gonna cost?
Mhm.
I mean, so my opinion would be, I would rather see, increasing our reading intervention even into middle school, because we've had a lot of feedback with that. And even that math intervention is appealing to me. I feel like a lot of our students play sports and, you know, sometimes practice sports for 3 hours every day. I mean, maybe that's not in elementary school, but we have the ski club, like there's a lot of activities that they could necessarily do. Like, because if I was to prioritize, I'd be like, I mean, I would probably rather see stuff that goes more toward our strategic plan and as results, trying to see what we can do to make that strong, because I think as a community, sometimes we are really good at some other things just naturally. I guess. I mean, we don't have to be all confused. We gotta have some fun, right, Lauren? But I do like some of the structures that are already in place as far as like art, and in PE for the most part, I like to say some of them, I don't even know my daughter's in PE because she can get so many credits because 4 sports in the year, like, I'm not sure why she's in conditioning. But you know what? I say, sounds great. If that's where you want to be, like, sounds great, but I just think, there's just a lot there. But I have a high school, I don't have elementary school right now. I don't have, although I say middle school has plenty of opportunities to be at.
I know this is gonna be specific, but what's the likelihood of being able to catch a teacher that could be both like a math interventionist in half the day and a K-5 PE teacher the other half of the day? Because I mean, in all reality, you have very good points, Christian. Like, I mean, the math, especially math intervention, since we have such heavily focused reading intervention at this point too. I mean, it would be, but the kids that are in middle school and high school do have those opportunities with sports. And I have had elementary school parents come to me and complain that there is no gym program for them, that their kids just don't have enough movement, especially little boys, throughout their day. And it's too much to ask them to sit in a class, which is where my thought process comes through on that one. But asking teachers to carry on multiple things, not everybody's a cow.
Good conversation.
Health notes. Mostly around potentially adding one or up to two FTEs looking at PE teacher, kind of math intervention, reading supports. Conversation like in terms of structuring seeing if there could be some structural adjustments in terms of like the 4-H work or some of like those after school experiences. That could be potential part-time structures. And trying to figure out like what are, because one thing, even if it's like current staff that shifts and does that, you have to ask yourself what other aspects of the program might it shift at. And so it's kind of looking at that. So most should probably be part-time.
I do want to add my appreciation though to the staff and even the administration, as we have had some things come out of these discussions in years past. Them trying to restructure and think outside the box to restructure the teachers or the programs to try and fulfill that, like, CTE. That wasn't something that we've always had here. And without necessarily adding a teacher and then the benefits and all that stuff that comes with that, the administration has really done an incredible job trying to work through scheduling and work through offerings to try and get it so we can enrich our programs, but not necessarily, hit our budget all the time. And so I feel like I just need to say thanks right now, because they have done so much great work to build that into our school system. I'm always blown away when they're like, man, we'll do this and this and this and this, and then there's a magic that happens. And here we have the programs without having a lot of added monetary. So, thank you.
And also like just remember that kind of saying it's stable staffing, there's a lot of investment in that as well, both in terms of dedicated towards achieving strategic plan, in terms of instructional model, our supports for reading that are currently in place. Other things that aren't quite like outlined in the strategic plan, but the board's made clear in these budget discussions, and the fact that the size of schools that we are, we have a school counselor, we have a district nurse. Those are uncommon resources that schools are size. Absolutely uncommon. And the board has routinely said, we think these things are important. Both verbally, in addition to just like passing budgets that says stable, and also verbally have said, hey, this is really important. Really important.
Yeah, and being able to see our students' scores increase, and always being very ranked high in the state, if that's what you want to see for our applicants. And I think that says a lot about our small schools, in comparison to bigger schools, that we can achieve that academic success, with the money and resources that we have. All we need. 8 minutes for the vote.
Close out and just do it in regular session.
Probably be best. It'd be a speed talk. My clock says 12 minutes. But
That's great.
You're gonna do 8 minutes now and 8 minutes then. Even down.
good luck.
And Anna, I have a question that's not budget related, but no, I don't think it's super impactful. That meeting that the legislative committee was aware of about, D talking about doing the recording the in-kind services of boroughs and municipalities to, and taking that out of the local contribution.
So,
And they sent that back.
yeah,
Board of Education did, if that comes into effect, if somebody, and is that moving anywhere? And if it comes into effect, will it be this coming year that we're looking at or a year after?
I don't know.
Okay.
I don't know. What I know, right now, I don't know if the department is gonna continue to kind of push that regulation change. A lot of kind of just public opposition to it.
Okay. Okay.
So I don't know that they would do that or not. Right now, we have no impact on us, kind of regardless, because, I don't, honestly, don't really think that the borough provides us other things than the direct appropriation. Where the regulation change is saying like, hey, we want to make sure to capture kind of like all general in-kind services provided by the borough. Which for some districts use like snow plowing as an example. Snowplow comes in and plows the road that you own, that's the school road or the school parking lot because they're there, and it's like 10 minutes at a time. Does that become a $10,000 contribution?
You need to use water.
When the NANA uses like water and sewage to actually say,
This is our.
this is our contribution, because they don't have cash on hand
They
for
do
it.
that in kind instead of cash.
Yeah. The regulation change, we try to like expand that, potentially rope in, some aspects that are leaning more towards a community service side, where it's like after-school programs, which aren't part of K-12. Some boroughs support that. And so there's some concern in those boroughs, hey, it could impact the ability to offer that. So you'd be eliminating that service or cutting some other K-12 service to do that. We don't have anything like that. So probably wouldn't be a risk to us. So it's probably gonna raise some questions with Chris and the borough and start floating things like, what about the borough helping pay for our non-funded preschool students? You know, the ones that the state won't give us money for because they're not for. Do we like this program? That's a worthwhile. But again, that expands kind of the borough things on if we want to do it. We don't do that right now, so regulation change would impact it. And I'm talking with the department, it sounds like anything that they say would be truly a community service, meaning open to anybody, not just open to your students, would not be considered that type of contribution. And again, even it goes out, and then the other side of that kind of equation conversations, federal impact aid. Traditionally be very little federal impact aid because it's based on students living on federal property. Which really means at this point, living in like the administrative housing of the National Park. This year, we couldn't even apply for federal impact aid. We didn't meet the qualifications for it. Other years, it's like, oh, it's a good year, we're getting $7,000. Again, on an $11-12 million budget, it's like, whatever. And especially when the state takes some of that. An issue to pay attention to, but like probably won't impact.
That was my question, thank you. Take a break for a few minutes before we start.
Yes. Got the microphone for us, lead us.
Ready?
Microphone on.
Confirm streaming.
We should not have turned it on.
The meeting of the Denali Grove School District will come to order at 7 o'clock. Should ask you. Would you please give us a look? That's your-
To the flag, the United States of America, and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Tina, could you do a roll call, please?
Abigail Walker.
Here.
Tammy Owen.
There.
Katie Greedy. Here. Forrest Street.
Here.
Kristen Randall.
Here.
Lauren Burns.
Here.
Dana Ham.
Here.
And Dawn Adams.
Full board plus our newest student representative. Thank you for joining us today, Abigail. Welcome. And Dan, could you administer the oath of office?
And give you a copy to do read along, it tends to go a bit smoother. Yes, this is actually set forth in state law. Go ahead and stand up, make yourselves formal. I might ask, you want me to kind of like lead you through, do a chunk and then you do it, or you just want to like read it for yourself?
Chunk, yeah.
All right. All right, ready to do it in chunks. You can read it in case you kind of get lost with it. I, with your name,
I, Lauren Brun,
I like to.
do solemnly swear or affirm
solemnly swear or affirm
that I will support and defend the Constitution of the United States
That I will support and defend the Constitution of the United States.
and the Constitution of the State of Alaska,
The Constitution of the State of Alaska.
and that I will honestly, faithfully, and impartially
and honestly, faithfully, and impartially
discharge my duties as school board member to the best of my ability.
discharge my duties as school board member to the best of my ability.
If you could sign that, please, and have one of the other board members sign it as your witness. You are continuing as board member.
Thank you.
I move to go into executive session in order to discuss a matter, the election of officers for which deliberative records are not subject to public disclosure. Second.
Moved and seconded to have an executive session. We're gonna step out, probably not get too long.
Need a vote on it first. Some sort of vote.
Yeah. All those in favor of stepping out for an executive session to discuss a matter for which deliberative records are not subject to public disclosure, please raise your hand. Thank you. Hands down. All those opposed? Thank you. The motion passes and we'll go into executive session.
Assuming it's gonna be.
Thank you.
Right, we're gonna take advantage of this. Hey, Abby,
Yeah,
since we have this fortuitous opportunity,
yeah.
do you have any words of wisdom to share with these guys? Because you've given lots of board presentations.
Yeah.
Any words of wisdom you'd share with these guys?
Just be confident. Really. It may seem scary, but I promise that once you really think about it, it's not. Just be confident and be prepared for any questions if there is any. I mean, assuming, yeah, but be prepared for any questions.
Yeah, and you guys know a lot of these people.
Mhm.
So Who knows Tammy? You guys know Tammy? Some of you guys know Tammy? Okay. Katie, Ruby, she did, how many of you guys did Girl Scouts with Katie? So you know Katie, right? She used to work at the Totem. We know Forrest, right? Okay. You don't know, he's got some kiddos in school. Sayla, she's a fourth grader, but then there's Tundra and Laura, they're younger. But I know Porter, you guys go to church with the Shreves, and Don Adams, you guys know Sierra Sheartower, the senior, that's her mom. Okay. Kristen Randall, you guys know that is Logan's mom. So Logan, the 11th grader, you may not know her because now you're new, but is she a 10th grader?
She's a 10th grader.
Oh, gosh. I thought she was 11th grade. Anyway, but that's Kristen, that's her mom. Lauren Bruns, anybody know her? She lives in Cantwell, but she worked for Alaska Geographic, I think. But she works for the Denali Education Center. Yeah. But she's the Cantwell rep. Katie's the Anderson rep. All the rest of these people are Healy. You know Katie from Anderson too, huh? Yeah, she's also the mayor. She wears a lot of hats. And then Jenna Ham, you guys know who that is? Danica and Silas's mom.
Silas'
Yeah.
mom. They're all
So you
very
guys-
nice.
You guys know these
and
people.
They're, yeah.
Yeah.
Very great, so.
And we know
the-
Abigail Walker. It's Sarah and Clay Walker's daughter, right? Yeah. Have you guys met the mayor?
No.
Mayor Noel?
I'm Chris. Providing the Tri-Valley School Report. Awesome.
Yeah.
What are you guys presenting about?
Our career presentations, like our career night on the second. Like what we've been doing.
That's cool. Yeah, be prepared for questions that they might have about it, but
Yeah.
that sounds like a great thing, so.
Yeah, they're in Romine's class. He's doing middle school.
Oh.
So it's a semester long class. So in January, you've got to go to PE. And then the 6th and 7th graders are in PE now with Miss Calkin, they'll go to Romine.
Do they not have art or engineering?
This is the other elective. They have 2 electives. So their other trimester elective is
Oh.
communications with Miss Newton,
Or
which
they
is,
can choose?
no, they kind of rotate through. Elective
Oh,
is a
okay.
little,
Yeah.
deceiving. But so these guys started out in middle school engineering.
Yeah, okay.
And they designed, who was part of Chuckles and Knuckles? You were Chuckles and Knuckles, her and Dylan and was it Sierra? They
Oh,
designed
they're
the
small.
Leopold. You'll be seeing the Leopold soon. It's a very new fashionable bench design that's gonna make its way around the. So these guys, so Mr. Martin had these guys all, they all made their own like engineering firms basically. And they presented plans to me and Miss Martin about their bench designs.
That's
They
so
had
cool.
materials costs and all that stuff straightened out. So ultimately the Leopold one, I think, is part is mostly more unique,
Yeah,
but now they're in Miss Newton's communications class
okay.
and then they go to Mudge for the third term. So
So
that's,
it's by
it's
grades.
5 grade.
That's how
Yeah,
we were.
because we were gonna mix it up, but then we realized that Miss Newton teaches the 6th graders first thing in the year to teach
Yeah.
them on the laptop.
Yeah,
So we unmixed it. It's like, oh.
yeah, yeah. That's cool with Mr.
Yeah.
Romine though, we didn't have,
Oh, yeah, Romine's doing
yeah.
I move to come out of executive session and return to regular session. Second.
All those in favor of returning to regular session, raise your hands. All those opposed? Unanimous, return to regular session. And I'm pleased and honored to announce that our board officers will remain the same. I will continue as president, Kristen Randall as vice president, and Jenna Ham as secretary. Of course, would you like to take this motion? The adoption of agenda.
I move to adopt the agenda and consent agenda as presented.
Second. Moved and seconded, any discussion? Right, so again, all those in favor of accepting the agenda and consent agenda as presented, please raise your hand. Thank you. Opposed, none. Okay, consent agenda and agenda is set for the night. Yeah. Look forward to the board meetings Reading.
I know that you do. Again, just the greeting and reading, we will, have someone to kind of read the reading out loud for us. And then we'll go around, and say good evening to the board, be welcome to our name or the rest of the board members, and then just share any thoughts or reflections that come up. Sure, and see if we have a brave volunteer or board member saw this past weekend.
Sorry. Okay. For us, warriors are not what you think of as warriors. The warrior is not someone who fights because no one has the right to take another life. The warrior for us is one who sacrifices himself for the good of others. His task is to take care of the elderly, the defenseless, those who cannot provide for themselves, and above all, the children, the future of humanity. Chief City Bowl. For us, warriors are not what you think of as warriors. The warrior is not someone who fights because no one has the right to take another life. The warrior for us is one who sacrifices himself for the good of others. His task is to take care of the elderly, the defenseless, those who cannot provide for themselves, and above all, the children, the future of humanity. Chief City Bowl. Good evening, board.
Good evening.
So I found it very interesting that this is the one that was picked because we did see this at the AASB conference when Dana spoke about it, and so I feel like we've had an extended amount of time to reflect on it and how it was presented. But there was some really great points made about it, you know. And I had to step back and think about it, and I was like, you know, when we send out school board members to Juneau every year to, you know, talk to legislators and you know, really push those beliefs that we have, and when ASB sends people to talk to the legislators and stuff, that's being a warrior, that's defending these kids, that's you know, kind of putting aside your time, your commitments, and going out there and fighting on behalf of you know, why we're here, and that's the children. And so I think that's really cool. And I liked how it was presented at the ASB conference. I thought that it was very thought-provoking, and I appreciated that. I'm gonna pass to Lauren.
Good evening, board.
Good evening, Lauren.
Appreciate that we're capitalizing on this while we're here at Tri Valley. Well fitting. Yeah, I appreciate that with this quote, you know, like weakness, you know, caring for others is like often seen as like a weak. I think of like superhero movies, or I don't watch a lot, so I'm sorry if I'm like out of the game now, but you know, it's like that was always the weakness of the superhero, is like they care for others, and it's like, you know, there's almost this like subtle light shed on it, and so this feels very empowering of caring for others, you know, is strong, and caring for others makes you a warrior and powerful. And so I appreciated the reframing of kind of what I feel is sometimes our modern day culture kind of puts that spin on it. There we go.
Good morning, or good evening.
Yeah, good evening.
The crew. This kind of just kind of reflected like in Tri Valley, and of course the whole school district, like the warrior mentality, and not only like being the one fighting, but like, you know, caring for others and putting that fight for them to others to make their lives better. Pass to Jen.
Sure. Good evening, board.
I think it's in this moment in time, we've had a couple new board members retake their oath of office, and we just reorganize ourselves. Like that's what this is. It's the selflessness that exists among this group, that the time that we commit to working together as a team to help. Thanks to all of you. Kristen.
Good evening, board.
Good
evening,
Kristen.
Yeah, I was reflecting on my years on the school board, and over the course of all the years, sometimes the struggles that we had, you know, whatever those look like, and how being a warrior is somebody who can fight through those struggles. And at the end say, did we do what's best for students? I think that's what our thing says, but you know, above all, when we had those struggles and we were being these warriors, we're the warriors for the kids, we're the warriors for education. And I hope that, I feel like I can say that, and I feel like as a board, we can say that, is that through those struggles, we were at times the warriors that got through that time because what was best for students. And so I thought, when I saw this, I'm like, oh, I'm gonna research Chief Sitting Bull, see what he did. But yeah, that's just kind of what I thought of this. We're all warriors, and it's not just us as school boards, it's the administration, it's the teachers, it's the students. You know, we're all in this together. We're in this struggle to try and do what's best. And so, yeah, between that, Forrest.
Good evening, board.
Evening,
Forrest. The start to any good offense is a good defense. But you know, it's been interesting listening to everybody. Multiple of you have talked about fight. It's interesting how you're fighting for this good thing or this other thing, which sounds almost contradictory, but it's not. Rather than fighting to take life, you're fighting for, you know, things that are good, and Chief Sitting Bull and warriors that were with him ended up, you know, having to potentially be in a life-threatening situation to take lives. And you take care, you defend, and then you move forward. And sometimes it's not always fun, sometimes it's not always easy, but it's about that, you know, taking care of the elderly, defenseless, those who cannot provide for themselves, the children. Sometimes it's not always fun or easy, but you do it. And the annoying part of this quote is I had 2 agonizing minutes trying to figure out where I'd read this before. It was pretty late last night. So, I did figure it. All right, yeah.
Good evening, board.
Good evening, Tammy.
In our, end of meeting at the conference, when we sat around with some of the students that were involved at the conference, one of the things that came out in that discussion with the students was they didn't feel like they had a voice at their districts. And they had some ideas and they had some changes, and they were given the opportunity to bring those up and initiate the change. And it actually happened, and they said they were really amazed that their ideas actually mattered and created the change that they were looking for. And so my thought in some of this is we each have power in different realms. We each have influence. Students, you know, adults, parents at our jobs, at our work, in our communities. If we take that and we actually put it to use, we're initiating that process of change and or continuing that process of moving forward. And really that becomes our tasking is to put that influence into motion to enact the betterment of each other in our communities. And so, you know, the task of taking care of the elderly, the defenseless, the children, the future, here we are. Let's do it. Katie. Oh, I'm sorry. You started. Don.
Good evening, board.
Good evening, Don.
I get hung up with the word warrior because it has such really strong imagery. Whether it's the Viking out there or whether it's Chief Sitting Bull. And so listening to some of you, I feel like if I replace that word with advocate, It's not gonna invoke that same, same strong image, but I love what you shared, Tammy, that, you know, everyone's got a role to play and they can be a warrior. And it might not be leading a pack of, whether that's the basketball team or, you know, the cross country team or the rowing bee. But, we all have ways that we can contribute to the success of our district and students. Good evening, Tina.
Good evening, board. So to me, this speaks to that kindness is the warrior spirit. And I think that's what he was trying to say, is that be kind to those who might not otherwise have a voice. And that brings out the strength of a warrior. Good evening, Dan.
Remember,
Good evening, Dan.
you know, kind of two things I think about. I think on kind of structurally, knowing the quotes from Chief Sitting Bull, you know, who was a warrior in terms of actually going in physical combat, like very physical combat, kind of like not so many guns during his time. And great, they kind of look at that and think about what he's saying. He's not talking about the people that were necessarily on the battlefield with him or on the battlefield against him. He's talking about people that are doing that struggle kind of otherwise, or maybe even engaging in that struggle for other people. I think would really help us show future. So that's what makes the world. I've also been thinking about it, something that's to me not like implied and not like in a quote in words, but I think in that aspect of being a warrior, being like of service in that way, there's also something that I believe and experience in terms of doing that service also like provides the strength to do it. That kind of recognizing the benefit that you're providing to these people who cannot do that themselves is also that sustaining energy, that sustaining commitment to continue.
You all. Moving on to public comments on agenda items. Do we have anyone signed up?
And nothing came in view.
Then we're ready for our Tri-Valley student presentation.
You guys wanted to connect the big screen and show any slides? Should I give you, I thought you were doing that here in the.
Sorry.
I can advance it to our computer screen.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Let's see this real quick. Oh, okay. All right, so,
Is the Apple TV on? It's a black box.
Or like just balls.
yay. Nope. Now if you guys do presentation view. So we'll get you guys started. If you guys have another computer, you can use one for your notes maybe. And then if one of you wants to use this to advance the slides when you guys are ready, that could.
On Porter.
Okay, that's on the top left, you can-
This slide shows about our career exploration project with Mr. Roman and also Ms. Newton's communication class for helping with the slideshow presentation. Some of the learning targets include, I can discover what careers are out there. I can explore what types of job I might like. I can learn what personality may lead me to. I can research a career of my choice, and I can present a career of my choice to an audience. At the beginning of the year, we assessed what our passions were using multiple online quizzes that chose workplaces based on what we rated certain activities. Then we watched the 1 week job fabric following Sean Aiken as he traveled around the world to find his passion in the workforce. This film represented how people may not have a linear path to their job, and some people may move around. We then chose what job would best suit our passion or we were interested in and started research. For our research for our presentations, we took or career. Every student has pages and page notes with a variety of sources describing the parts and unexpected expectations of the job. We also interview professionals and use information to help us see the worker side of the job.
Here's some examples of the ones that I'm doing. Feel free to look at them and pass them around. Our pre-night is on December 2nd. Community members, family, friends, students, and more are able to come and join us in our learning and experience our passions in the workforce. As a class, we wrote reflections based on our time doing this project. The questions were, what was the highlight? What do you want to learn more about? And what surprised you about this project? Here we have some quotes from people answering these questions.
For the second question, we explained what else we wanted to learn about the situations that are connected to our specific jobs. Here's some more quotes. Lastly, we have what surprised us most about our project. Do you guys have any questions?
Sure, I have one.
I'm sure we do.
What did you learn about your personalities as opposed to what you were interested in?
Specifically for mine, based on the quizzes that we took, it was more in the science and math sections rather than like, I want to say tourism and like healthcare. But it's based on those quizzes that we took.
Did anyone find themselves gravitating toward a career that you had identified as a young person, an even younger person? Or did you find you were introduced to new ideas that you hadn't thought about?
For me, I didn't really ever think of being like a restaurant owner at all, but as I grew up, I enjoyed like helping my mom in the kitchen more, and I really liked seeing how people enjoyed my food as I made it. So that's why.
Did anyone switch career? So you started in one direction and yeah.
I've been interested, I chose architecture and I've been interested since like I was younger, so it hasn't really changed much since like, I don't know, elementary, but so it's definitely one of the more linear paths, like we were
not researching, but we saw, like when we interviewed teachers, some people moved all over and they traveled the world choosing many different jobs, and then some people knew exactly what they wanted to do. And they had maybe like a handful of side jobs, but they knew specifically what they wanted to do. So I think for me, definitely like right now, going on that linear path towards architecture.
We've heard, two people kind of shared the kind of career you're researching when you're interested in a restaurateur, architect. I'm curious, what are the other areas that you guys are exploring upon?
I'm just exploring chemical engineering.
I was exploring the medical, like veterinary and pediatricians. I was exploring anthropologist.
One of the other districts that, in interior Alaska, Delta, really has a program. I sat with one of you at the table at one point, maybe not hearing more about. But they ask students, like starting in second grade, what do you want to be when you grow up? And I think it's every year, and then sort of as kids get older at some point, and it may be around that 8th grade, kids are asked to choose a path, and then they get really focused on coursework and curriculum, depending on what that path is. And there's some mainstream paths, like you could imagine, like medical or some of the more career technical education paths that would exist in that area, in interior construction, etc. And then there's some other paths that it was very interesting. It's kind of a very different way of thinking about how the more European, frankly, how you end up in track, and that's you can always change it later. I found myself challenged by like forcing, and I'm sure it's not this bad, but forcing a child into a track, in which case they felt like they've invested in that direction. So I wanted to make sure the kids had a choice to like back out of that, go a different direction if they wanted to, and that they're just building skills, and sometimes those skills apply whether you're in the super interesting.
Yeah, I think this is a fantastic opportunity that you have to explore things that maybe you didn't even think about before, but yeah. But there's a very traditional and there's untraditional, I graduated from college in something that I've never once used in my life. And you know what, like I kind of thought, well, was that a waste? And I say, absolutely not. That was not a waste of my time, because it gave me a lot of critical thinking skills, and it gave me a lot of exposure to different things. And it gave me, if anything, the confidence to know I could do whatever I wanted to do. And whether that looks like a traditional college path, or whether that looks like you go into the restaurant business and, the culinary arts, or into a CCC program, I think any learning eventually gives you the confidence to know you can take on whatever you set your mind to. And what a great opportunity you have to explore that and say, you know what, I learned about that. Maybe now it's not the right time, but you can do it later. Or you can pick something completely different and you can go back to school, or you can take a very non-traditional path to your dreams, I think.
I was wondering if you had one like that kind of stuck with you. You said that you guys found unexpected expectations of jobs. Is there some odd things that you read in there, or anything that stuck out? If not, that's fine. But just that phrase kind of like, maybe there's an interesting story. That part of this job also includes this factor that you had never thought of or known before. And if not, I'll tell you one thing that definitely is, you'll get other duties as a summer. I guess find out what that means. Sorry, we were about to say something.
Kind of thing, like with the architectural, I thought it was more kind of with the construction. I kind of set aside the fact that you actually had to design the buildings first. So when I was watching a video of like a day in the life, kind of, which was part of the sections we could put on our backboards. And it was mainly focusing on a lady who was designing like the little itty bitty grids bits of the building, so like the doors, like those little repetitive bits are like overlooked when you're looking at the main design. You're like inclined to look at the structural rather than the little bits that help make the building actually function.
Takes many hands.
Is anyone interested in two wildly opposing careers? Like.
Not yet. Cause you just kind of picked one, right? You didn't like start with 2 or 3 and then narrow it down.
Well, for mine, I do have like 3 main interests, and I did want to do one of my hobbies as one of my jobs, which is also another great topic we had to cover before this. I wanted to be either a painter, a writer, or a restaurant owner. I narrowed it down to a restaurant owner because painters and writers have like less of a chance.
Sadly.
I could think of a lot of ways painters and writers could be in a restaurant business. Think about that. Like, there's a lot of great opportunities with both of those hobbies.
Thank you, Brave Souls, for coming. For school board presenting. Good luck on your December 2nd presentation.
Thank you.
Thank you.
They're right here.
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
Still.
Okay, item 7. Do we have any comments from our Denali Borough?
Yes, I would be glad to. First off, good evening, board, and it's really nice to be here. I hadn't seen you face to face, so I wanted to take the opportunity to come in. And I really appreciated the presentation. I'm sitting here thinking about what I envisioned myself becoming one day. And I can tell you, I never imagined being an elected official. I didn't really know what that entails. I think, as board member Randall said, it may shift, and I hope you follow those shifts as your interest in evolves. One other thing I wanted to start with, we recently had an interior mayor's gathering. Was it just yesterday? Tuesday. In the city of Nenana, Mayor Greeby, Mayor Verhagen from Nenana, Mayor Hopkins, Greg Hopkins from Fairbanks North Star Borough, and Mayor Larry from North Pole, city of North Pole. And one thing that Josh left us with, and I understand you may have seen it at the board, your recent board meeting or state board association, was something about dignity. And I just wanted, it was at a topic of conversation.
Dignity index?
The dignity index, yeah. And so I just wanted to commend the board for just the little bit of interaction I've seen and the dignity with which you all carry yourselves with and your interactions with each other. And I think it's a beautiful reflection on our community as a whole. So I will verbally highlight a few things that are on my written report here, starting with a quick finance update. Our first quarter tax data is in for the fiscal year, so we're in fiscal year 2026. And as most probably know, overnight accommodations tax is 90% of our total tax revenue, and tax revenue is 75% of our total borough revenue. So overnight accommodations tax is really important to the Denali Borough and to what we do, which one of our main missions is support the school district. I wanted to mention in the July through September period, overnight accommodations revenues were up 10% over last year, which is good news. And it's about $200,000 over what we had budgeted. So sharing that bit of good news. Alcohol sales tax revenue is up 1%. Marijuana sales tax revenue is down 8%. And severance tax revenue from the sale of coal and gravel and limestone, and we've got that, was up 15%, but that is just 0.3% of our total tax receipts. So again, overnight accommodations, that's the good news there, first quarter. Thanks to our newly elected, school board members, thanks for your service and thanks for running. I wanted to quickly highlight and publicly thank the Alaska Division of Public Health for assisting with the recent flu shot clinic. They brought, I understand they administered 70 flu shot doses at the Tri-Valley Community Center. And then I understand they're working with school nurse here at Tri-Valley, or I guess it's district nurse. So I think that's a great positive relationship, and they highlighted that in our debrief with them. Thanks to them. At our recent assembly meeting, I wanted to highlight Golden Valley Electric Association, our electric utility, presented on the recent power outages down in Cantwell, in the Jack River Nation neighborhood, and then moving north, the line that feeds McKinley Village starts in Cantwell. So they spoke to recent power outages, and they shared some data. In broad numbers, January through September, there were about 5 outages, and then September to present, just a couple weeks ago, there were about 13 or something like that. So the frequency went way up. That's attributed to beetle-killed trees that are blowing over in the wind. They're just so dry, blowing into the power lines, and they arc and they trip a breaker basically. So Golden Valley let us know it's very much on their radar. They're planning to take basically immediate action. These are trees that are falling from outside their right-of-way. The right-of-ways are generally cleared on a regular schedule. So they are on private property, and so they're working with private property owners in the area, including Ahtna Native Corporation, who owns quite a bit of land there. So appreciate Ahtna's partnership, and Golden Valley, it sounds like we'll be mobilizing equipment that if they haven't already, it'll be here in the next few weeks to try to help mitigate some of those power outages.
And that was immediately after Thanksgiving. That was the most recent one.
Okay, thanks. Yeah. Moving on, I wanted to highlight a recent change that maybe some have heard of. Highway contract box holders who receive their mail along the highway recently received a letter from the United States Postal Service saying that they needed to change their address, and it's in part linked to the Denali Borough having the capability to now issue an official street address. And in the past, as I understand it, that what we call an HC box number was literally their physical address, and it would be similar to if that box was at the end of their driveway. It just so happens that many live many miles from that box at Berry or Jim Creek or Kobe pullouts. So land planner Trina Haugen has been kind of working feverishly to help those folks try to meet that deadline that was stated by the Postal Service. They're trying to get everybody switched over by the start of the year. I wanted to mention I did a poor job of highlighting community development initiatives that's going on, and I'll just take a minute. Staff is just incredibly busy right now. I think as was brought up earlier, like I think the amount of things that we're doing with our limited staff is just really remarkable, and kudos to our staff. I did not accurately kind of account for all the things that are happening with community development, but right now we're basically kicking off 2 important things that I want to mention: a housing needs assessment, and that's a partnership with the Minnesota Housing Partnership, which is a nonprofit organization based literally out of Minnesota, but they operate nationwide. Their staff is not just in Minnesota; they're kind of throughout the lower 48. They've worked in a number of states across the U.S. They're going to help us, the borough, craft housing needs assessment, working with partners, helping bring partners together like the school, like GVA, like Isabelli, the National Park Service, gather data. They're really focused on data, and then helping us create an action plan, and then helping us implement that. And so we're looking forward to that process that's just kicking off now. I would look out for opportunities to comment and participate. The other thing that we're kind of in the process of implementing is a comprehensive economic development strategy, and I'll just leave it as broadly. There will be opportunities for participation when it comes to that. housing is gonna be a factor in economic development. Diversification of our workforce, different jobs, growing jobs. Medical care is certainly gonna come up, and that's a big piece of the puzzle. So, couple highlights in community development. Moving on, the Conference of Young Alaskans is coming up. It's gonna be with co-located with the Alaska Municipal League Annual Conference in early December. I passed along this invitation for a local youth to be nominated and participate in this conference. And we got one, Denali's own Izzy Brown, who's currently in school in Anchorage, has volunteered to participate and represent the borough. So thanks to Izzy for stepping up. Last, I'll just mention, we have been thinking about communities in Western Alaska impacted by ex-typhoon Halong. I know Forrest has been, we're in processes with the Department of Homeland Security and Emergency Management, who has basically shifted focus almost entirely to helping those folks, those communities impacted. I want to mention a little bit more than just well wishes. The Alaska Community Foundation established a fund in partnership with tribes and a lot of different nonprofit partners. And so I just wanted to kind of highlight that message that there is, if folks are looking for a way to contribute financially, the Alaska Community Foundation is kind of a broad-based way that we can contribute to help folks recover from this. Thank you. It's nice to be here. Interesting to see you.
Thank you, Mary Noel. Anyone have questions?
Yeah, the economic development strategy work, is that internal among your staff, or you bring in some outside?
Yeah, we're going to bring in some staff. Our initial intention when we applied for grant funding, and so it's going to be 50-50 matched by the Economic Development Administration. And then the boroughs contributing about 70,000, or had to contribute up to 70,000. Our plan was to partner with the Denali Community Foundation and the Denali Chamber of Commerce, so we expect to work closely with them. But our new plan is to put that out to bid in the near future. And there are, a variety of companies based here in Alaska as well as nationwide that do this work. The economic development strategy is prescriptive from the EDA. They have very clear, you must do this, that, and the other. Public involvement is one of the key requirements. It needs to be kind of multifaceted and comprehensive. But the outputs are more than just that checklist. And I think the strategy hopefully will be kind of illustrative of the different things that different community partners are currently doing, highlighting those while also giving the borough some maybe clear direction. Should we focus on one thing and not the other? One thing might rise to the top as far as importance. So that it will be guided in large part by contractor.
And I, as a homeowner and parent of a student who has withstood all these power outages, I'm sure you have too. It's been quite challenging for the student to always do their homework during these power outages. So I appreciate the update and the responsiveness of the. I'm glad to hear that. Being tackled. More than anything. Yeah, disruptive. Great.
Thanks.
I have a question that you can say pass on it, but the lodge that I think would be Atna owned down in McKinley Village, do you know if there's progress on them?
No, that's a good question, and I frankly don't. I know it's been under consideration. I think the last I heard was basically Atna was looking for that commercial partner, that development partner. I think they're very interested, and it may be just, but that's kind of. And I think my understanding was they put in the driveway there at about 231 to help, bring developers to the property and show off what it could be. I didn't highlight this, but since we're in that neck of the woods, I did also meet with the executive director for Alaska Geographic, Andy Hall, who came up, and he really wanted to highlight the work they're doing at the former 229 Parks Highway restaurant. Many have probably noticed they're doing quite a bit of construction, and local contractors are on that job, and they're putting in 12 units of employee housing. The capital stack or the amount of funding that they're putting in versus all these different other grants and various other funding avenues is really interesting. It's going to be 12 units. They're going to be kind of year-round ready. And so 229 continues to serve them as kind of like a gathering space. The units won't have kitchens, as I understand it. So 229 continue to be kind of kitchen. But he really, wanted to highlight the work they're doing. He got a number of calls right off the bat, like, what are you doing to our beloved restaurant? He just wanted to mention what they're doing.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Thanks for joining us. Moving on to administration reports. Any questions about school reports? Are there any committee members that would like to highlight? The Director of Learning and Instruction report is robust with good information as always. Reports and correspondence. Is Jeremy going to join us?
Good evening, board.
Good evening.
All right, let me get my screen up here. You do all have a copy of this one. Come on. There we go. Yeah, a lot of moving parts for the business office this time of year. We have finalized the FY25 audit, which has been provided to the state, and you have a copy for discussion later on your agenda. We have also taken the opportunity to provide a budget revision for this year, FY26, stemmed around a lot of the changes and kind of actuals that we know about as this year is shaping up, as well as the OASIS count that really drives the final revenue numbers for us. And then this will be a snapshot as of October 31st, showing the data there. So on the revenue side, came in about $727,000. I'm not sure if I had mentioned this previously, which doesn't affect the end numbers, but we are now tracking our TERS and PERS on behalf payments on a monthly basis through the payroll system. And so we'll see the monthly revenue track a little bit higher than we are used to seeing. But we did receive our foundation payment as well as our interest from the bank. And then we did start to see a few of our first quarter grant reimbursements start to come through, and we do have the rest of those, which will be displayed in November's financials. Looking further down into expenditures, really the only thing I wanted to note was just the correspondence is, tracks a little bit higher, which is consistent with previous years. It's the timing of sort of that first big push of allotment reimbursements. And so you'll see here in just a moment what that's done to that account, but that is a main driver of this $216,000. The variances, we will actually, these are not updated to any sort of budget revision yet. So these are to the actuals, or I'm sorry, to the original budget. And those will likely change the next time you see this report. So we're going to move on to the grants page, which just gives an overview, pupil transportation expenses coming through. Title I continues to really just track for salaries and wages. Title II, you'll start to see that being spent down as of this month. The executive office has been registering and booking travel for some of these professional development sessions coming up over the next few months. Title 6B is another one that deals with special education. And we have just recently this month received some of our professional and technical services invoices. And so we'll continue to see that spent down as well. And the early learning as well continues to be spent down. And we did receive our first quarter reimbursement for that one as well. And to round it out with bank accounts, I think the takeaways here, we are balanced and reconciled through October. Small changes to capital projects funds as we are about, I believe, 90% paid down for the design for that septic and leach field project. And then you can see the student allotments continuing to be spent down. This was spent down about $180,000 this month. So in total, $7 million just over in the bank. And we'll be standing by for FY27 assumptions so that we can start producing some things for you guys to look at for next year. And that's all I have, unless there's any questions I can answer for you.
Thank you, Jeremy. Don't see any questions.
Great. Thank you. Have a great night.
Have a good evening. Mr. Gurney, ready for Pride Island School Report.
Good evening, board.
Good evening.
All right. So as usual for my portion tonight, I'm going to be highlighting the 4 areas that were chosen by our leadership team as our focus areas for the year. Starting with positive school culture, and starting with staff. I continue to work with our staff to intentionally set a positive tone for our building. I feel like our intentional work to make our staff feel welcome and valued is paying off. I think back to a staff meeting a few Fridays ago. It was actually on Halloween. I remember that because the library was occupied and we were all in Miss Weitzel's room. So it's a little bit different setup. Typically we do the circle thing, but with all the furniture in there, we ended up doing table groups. And I gave everybody the same reading to read through, and then for their greeting, as part of the reading, much like what you guys did tonight, read each other and share your thoughts and reflections on the reading. The reading that they read was by a guy named Danny Still, and the quote is, "School culture is like the wind. It can be hard to describe, but everyone feels it." And then I asked each table to just have a spokesman after they discussed it for about 5 minutes to just report back to the group. What was your discussion about? And Miss Newton, I believe you were there. So she's witness. If I start lying, throw something at me, okay? Because I heard people start talking about like how great things are. I literally had some people on staff who said, this is the best place I ever worked as far as for like staff culture. And it was really, really neat to hear, especially as those staff begin to share, because we kind of like started like asking a little more questions. And some of our newer staff was like, when I first came in, kind of thought you guys were kind of weird, with your appreciations and your greetings. And it's like, but I get it now, and it was really kind of cool. And I actually shared a story from my experience when I first came in. I told them, I said, I haven't been here that long. I came in 2022. And I told them, I said, my first day of meeting the admin team, we ended up out in the yard by district office. It was Mr. Polta, Jenny Mason, Eric Filardi, and Karen, and we were throwing. They call it the wah. So this may refresh Dan's memory, but it was. We were like, I told him, I said, felt like we were throwing an imaginary ball, like on the movies, you know, it's like, what did I get myself into? But it was like this kind of group game. It's kind of fun, but I was kind of sitting there thinking like, oh my gosh, you know, and some of my staff could relate. They're like, yeah, but they get it. You know, we talked about, you know, the intention we put into, you know, taking that time to get to know each other, taking that time to also have fun. And then we started trying to make the connection to how can we do that for our students? Like if us as adults that work in this building, we see how good this feels, you know, what can we do to intentionally foster this with students, even the teenagers that think it's corny, just like the adults think it's corny, for them to see the value in it. And so that kind of shifts me into talking about students as it relates to positive school culture. Here lately, we've really been focused with the kindergarten through fifth grade classrooms. I'm really leaning into being intentional with our work around character and also social emotional learning. Things like, how do you be a good friend? How can you tell when you start getting mad? You know, what I share with kids sometimes is, especially when they're in my office, usually they're not having the best day when they're in my office. And I'm always like, you know, when I start getting mad, I can reach up and I feel my ears get warm. And I remember when I was a little kid watching cartoons and they'd have somebody with smoke coming out of their ears. I never understood that until I was an adult and I was like, it's a little warm up there. I said, that's, if I'm in a situation where I feel like I might be getting a little mad, I reach up and I'm like, is my ear warm? Yep, it is. Okay. I need to start bringing myself down. And so those kind of conversations with the younger kids even, and a lot of proactive work about like, how do we negotiate these conflicts we're going to have inevitably on the playground or these other times. And so all those things go into creating a positive school experience for our students. And 6 through 8, they have currently been focusing in their crew work on helping students understand when they should speak up and advocate for themselves or others. We had a really intentional conversation around that a few weeks ago, and they have a series of lessons that they have begun implementing around that. And also, middle schoolers need to be reminded, how do you be a good friend? Just like the younger kids. And then with high school, good old high school, trying to crack that nut that is high school culture. We continued having Mega Crew every Wednesday, and overall, I think it's the number one thing that they really enjoy. And they typically start out in a large circle. They do a greeting, and I actually joined them this last Wednesday, and it was kind of funny. I popped in and I just jumped in the circle, and the greeting was, you know, everybody gets greeted by name. Then it was share your favorite Thanksgiving meal. Were you here for this one, or were you still out of town?
I was in my mom's office.
Oh, okay. Watch out for that in the future. Okay. Past avoidance. Anyway, so when it got to me, I got to share with them something from my culture, which sounds so funny to say. But being from, you know, down in the deep South, I got to tell the kids about cornbread dressing, cornbread chicken and dressing. And they're like, what? So I had to explain, you got to make a pan of cornbread. You got to leave it out overnight. It's got to be good and dry. Then you mix it with the broth and you take the chicken and the onions and the celery. And they were like, huh. So it was kind of cool. And then they ended up playing a big group game. And sometimes they play games, sometimes they do other stuff. And this is all student led when they're doing this. That's been one thing we have put onto them with that. And other things too, that there's a lot of positive things with having a K-12, you know, and I know I've shared this with you guys before. It's a challenge having a K-12 school. and it's oftentimes not the kids as much as the adults, because the types of personalities that gravitate toward working with young kids or older kids are very different kinds of people. If you don't believe me, walk down the hall. It gets a lot more festive the further you go, and a lot more utilitarian down here. You know, and it's just also just the approaches of the adults too. Like my wife teaches kindergarten. You ask my wife, what do you teach kindergarten? If you would have asked me, what'd you go to college to teach? History. It's just subject. And so it's a lot more holistic down there. And so there's these things with the different adult mindsets and attitudes that they bring. And that's sometimes tough to navigate as the boss. But with the kids, we get these really cool opportunities. And we had one the other day. We were sending off a student to state music. And we were doing the Spirit Arch right at 8:35. So like, let's get to class, let's get everybody out there so it's not super disruptive to the day, even though they're really a little bit later. We wanted to make sure we honored that student. So we were down there, started the elementary end, blew the horn, they ran down, and there was actually a grandmother of some students who got caught in the middle of it. It was Angel's like, just stand over here, help me make an arch. Just kind of like, because it was right at that arrival time. She's like, what is going on? So we had to explain to her, like what it was. And she's like, this is so cool. This is so great. Because we had literally all of our students out to honor one kiddo who's going to state for music who qualified and didn't have a big schedule conflict. And it was just really cool to see. But we've got a lot of great things happening. Next week, one of my favorite things, our Thanksgiving meal. We're going to be doing that again. And that's a tradition that existed before I came here. But it was really more like for the younger kids, and then the older kids got the leftovers. So it's like, hey, we've got a big enough building. Can we figure this out? Can we cram everybody in the NPR? And we made it work. And every year I think it gets a little bit better as far as logistics go, and get people through the line and things. But some of the things we've done is we actually have mixed grades sitting at each table. So we've got younger kids and older kids, and the older kids are helping the little kids get their plates and all that stuff. And the student council, which Abigail's a part of, they actually help organize this. And in the afternoon, they run group games for all of these. They call them turkey pods. So we used to have reindeer pods, but we've kind of transitioned to, because we have a lot of people who are gone that last day before Christmas break. It's like, this is a better opportunity when people aren't just totally burned out either. And most of the people are here. And so there is the Gobbler Gang, right?
There's 12 different.
Yeah, there's all these different groups, just like the Cranberry Coalition, Gobbler Gang. They've got all these fun names, right? And they're going to rotate all afternoon after they eat. They actually rotate through the building, and student council's actually got stations set up where they're running the games, and all these mixed grade groups are coming through. Of course, we have adults everywhere, but it gives them a chance to step up and be leaders in our building, which is always awesome. And so, and everybody's gonna have a great time. It's really cool. Part of what we do also when we come together in those big collective times, typically we don't go a few months without having a pep rally or some big assembly with everybody there. And I know a lot of you guys are familiar that we do the Warrior of the Month. Okay. With the Warrior of the Month, a few years ago, Mr. Martin's class started making the plaques. And some of you guys have seen the plaques. Some of you guys have the cups that they made. They do beautiful work. And so we've taken this opportunity when we do come together like this to actually invite parents, say, hey, your child's being honored. They're going to receive their award at this time on this day. And we usually have a couple of months stacked up because we want to make it pretty special. Which reminds me, while I'm here, Forrest, be there.
I was
Okay.
gonna say, I didn't.
You got You're getting the invite now. So you're getting the invite. Anyway, and so it's just this great time of just trying to build that culture and the intention that goes into that. Another thing too, some of you guys may have heard that with Neighbor to Neighbor, we're doing our annual food drive. We've gone away from I know why she's laughing. We've gone away from wanting to do classroom competitions against each other because there's a lot of different factors that may factor in that: class size, also the socioeconomic, status of various students in that class. So we're looking more school-wide. So last year, correct me if I'm wrong, last year we raised 1,353, 56 pounds, something like that, as a school. They took it over and they weighed it. This year, if we beat that, they're going to get the pie in the face, which is cool. I don't care. And then for every additional, is it 50 pounds?
It's first Miss Nicole and
Oh.
Aid. So if we get 50 more pounds than last year, we get Miss Nicole.
Yeah.
50 more pounds than that, it's Miss Sarah. And then 50 more pounds than that, it's Pine You.
Okay. And then, and here's the thing, I don't think
Yeah, up to 3 people.
I don't think they can do it, but I did throw down a gauntlet. She knows. So I've been joining part of also too trying to build this positive school culture. Student council's invited me to work with them a lot more closely this year. And so actually about once a month, I'm actually in a council meeting, hearing from them and trying to have this exchange of information and things, just trying to be more connected to student voice. And there happens to be talking about this, and my big mouth, I threw out, if you guys get 2,500 pounds, which is quite a lot, ton and a quarter.
More than double.
It's more than double. Well, it's almost double. You guys can shave my beard in front of the whole school. So we will see. Your daughter's very excited because her and Kate were like social directors. That's our position. It's like, okay. So here's the Frisbee already says he's going to Costco. So I'm like, hold on, you really do need to make this about the kids. My wife is actually rooting against them raising them. She does not enjoy me without a beard, but it will grow back very quickly. And I did tell them, I said, I will get Chris caps here. We'll get a paper. We'll make it a big deal. I already talked to Chris earlier this week. She was actually here for the career panel. So she's on board. And, you know, I don't think you guys can make it, but I hope you do. So anyway, that's my challenge to you guys. And so you see all this work going into trying to create a positive school climate and culture. We also, you know, high quality instruction. It's not just about fun and trying to, you know, build this culture, but what's the purpose of this? The purpose of it so we can get to the learning. Really cool project that just wrapped up with the 3rd, 4th, and 5th graders. They've been doing a big unit around PE, but also just around like play and what the lessons we can learn through play as children. And they ended up, they were tasked with making their own games. And they actually had a rubric for technical writing for the instructions. And then they made their own board games on these other things. There were some physical games in the gym, but there were a lot of board games and things too. And then they actually had the 8th graders come in, some of the same kiddos that presented, and actually got to play the games the other day. And the younger students had to just stand there and watch. They could not talk. If they were playing the game wrong, it's like, okay, well, you need to fix your directions. So they understood the importance of technical writing and their real life application. And then after they revised the directions, figuring out, oh, they didn't understand what I meant, or I can say that more clearly or concisely, then they had the seniors come in and play their games. So another example too of kind of that cross-cultural work also with the grades, but really cool. There were some amazing games, and too, just look at just the high quality work. The effort and the detail that students as young as 3rd grade really put into something that they were proud of it, and they talk about it. And you could just tell like they really got into it, and there was a lot of learning there, you know. And I was kind of surprised, like, you guys did what? Like, wow, this is amazing. So there's all these cool things happening. Also, the presentation that you guys saw tonight from the students was actually a product of Miss Newton's communications class. And so she actually has the 8th graders right now. We're part of that trimester rotation. And so they're learning public speaking. They're learning how to create a PowerPoint, all those good things. They're learning how to answer questions on the fly. And so it's really great experience for them to do this, but also that's the product of the work they've been doing with Miss Newton. On the community engagement front, we hosted the Veterans Day program last week, and shout out to Miss Mudge and Miss Newton for kind of collaborating and getting all the kids involved with that, and also to our local veterans, specifically Bill Bailey, who really rallied our local veteran base to get all those guys involved. And it was led by students, and it honored our local vets, and it was a really, really great time. Also, we've had lots and lots of volunteers in the building with hosting the big volleyball thing and middle school basketball. We've had tons of volunteers for the Booster Club. Also, we've seen really great volunteer numbers coming out to support the ABC Lunch program, and trying to figure out the code of how do we get those volunteers in the classrooms. And that's a conversation we're having right now. And it's kind of an ongoing conversation, but how do we kind of make that leap from the activity side of things to getting people in to see what the instruction, what that looks like. Also, the 8th grade class that just presented, I don't know if it came out in the presentation or not, but earlier this week on Tuesday, they had a panel of 8 different, just people from the borough who represented a bunch of different careers. It was really cool. So they were able to kind of pick the brains of local folks who had taken these journeys from all over. A lot of people from even from downstate or different places, some people who grew up here and stayed here, and just kind of understanding their path and just asking lots of great questions. It was really cool to see. And that, and obviously too, they talked about the night of having folks come in and seeing their presentations on what they want to be when they get out of school. Another example of trying to get more people in the building to see what we're doing. With attendance, we've talked a little bit about the older kids having some leadership opportunities. There is also the equivalent of kind of like student council for elementary school, but they call themselves, elementary leadership. But if you notice down on the very end of the hallway, when you first walk in above the bench, there's a giant bulletin board and there's a bunch of kids' heads. And they had the idea of we should put everybody's picture on this board with a message about why it's important to come to school. And I think it says something about hooray for hooray, hooray, we came to school today or something like that. I mean, you know, you can tell it we come up with younger kiddos, but it's really cool because they wanted to include everybody. So it wasn't just the younger kids, it was they want to get pictures of everybody in the school and put them there. So when you walk by, you can see we want everybody, which is a really cool message. So I know I've talked a lot tonight. At this time, I'm happy to take any questions you guys may have for me. Now's your chance, Abigail. Put me on the spot.
Really appreciate that you put yourself out there to shade your beard, because I'll tell you, when I was in elementary school, we had a principal who, for our canned food drive, if we like broke the thermometer, he told everybody that he would push a can, like a coffee can, across the school saying beep beep, I'm a Jeep. And he did like literally the entirety of all the hallways, and then it just became a challenge on how to get him to do crazier stuff. Like one year he slept on the roof with the school overnight, and like it was so interactive. And I'll tell you what, we came up with some numbers for food drives. Like it was encouraging, but it was a really fun way. And I still, looking back, he was my favorite administrator because it was just so fun. So I really appreciate that you were willing to put yourself out there for that.
Don't give Abby that. She's gonna come back to council. Hey, you wanna make him into a Jeep next time?
Tell us when it's
Thank you.
Appreciate all hearing about all the things.
Thank you.
Superintendent full-time.
We have my written report, I'll go through and highlight. Add a couple of things. I'll offer congratulations to our local officials who were recently elected. That's both our school board members, Lauren Bruns and Tammy Owen, who were re-elected, and also our assembly members, Jeremy Stanfield and Walter Warner. They're also continuing on their terms, so congratulations. Also, congratulations to school board member Katie Greaver, who's also continuing as Anderson mayor. Congratulations. Switching to just some financial information. We did finish it and formalize our student count for this year. And again, student count is used to drive the formula for our state revenue. Count enrollment during 20 days ending the fourth Friday in October. Once we went through all the work, we submitted as our final numbers to Deed Anderson at 10, Cantwell at 10, Tri-Valley at 138.88, and Denali Peak at 932.87. So you get those fractional numbers because the department actually looks and says, okay, each of those 20 days counts as 5% plus, depending on the amount of enrollment that you might have. The student takes one class, it's 25%, two classes, 50%, three classes, 75%, four classes, 100%. So based on all of that, that's where you get these fractions, and then you get these like, how do you get like 0.88 or something? You don't. You get other fractions and then all add up to that. We've submitted these to Deed, and at this point, Deed has then said, hey, you got some duplicates in here. Not duplicates within Denali Borough, but Denali Borough is sending in the claims on students that other districts also claim. So between multiple districts, you can't overall claim more than one full-time student. And they've identified 1.3 students at Tri-Valley that they say, hey, you got to sort this out. And then a total of 14 full-time equivalents at Peak spread amongst 20 students. And so right now, secretaries are reaching out to those other schools. Those schools are reaching out to us. And we're like, so when did they enroll with you? okay, they've always been enrolled with you. Okay, then we look for our documentation, kind of look for documentation, try to sort that out. And with a kind of general assumption that, understanding that a brick and mortar enrollment will always trump a correspondence school. And then if we're not able to kind of sort it out with the district and just adjust the numbers that we'll be submitting in December, we submit all the documentation then. And then the department's gonna look at that documentation and any documentation that the other school sends in, and then the department will make a final return. And they usually issue that early January. So like those enrollment figures that we gave and reported to you, that's like what we told Deed. We know there's this range of, hey, at most we'll lose those 1.3 and what 14 at peak, and probably something in between. Actually, I think we'll lose the Tri-Valley. Fairbanks has solid data on it. But the peak ones will be somewhere between 0 and 14 and you have to adjust down. After this point, you can never go up. So we always have to run through. The other thing I did is I took a look at the kind of the shift in enrollment Tri-Valley, because that's a big shift from last school year where we had over 150 students at a release this time. And kind of pulled things together and looked at who was in that report last year that's not in the report this year. We identified about 20 students. And we see about half of those really related to a large graduating class, small incoming kindergarten. Then with the rest of the kids, we looked and said, okay, well, where did these kids go? And of those like 10, we saw 6 students that had moved out of the borough, 2 different families. One moved, I think, out of state and another moved to Fairbanks just this fall. And then the remaining 4 students were students that are still local students but have transitioned. And I think one of the things we didn't see was large numbers of people moving into the community. We didn't see people like shifting from homeschool into a brick and mortar. So that's kind of like our shift now. See, looking at, hey, like that question, where do people go? And I think that's a story that we hear from across the state, talk to the school districts. Largely, it's kind of like overall smaller child population, people moving out of the state, a little bit of shifts around in the state, and then a small number that shift into homeschool. And you do see generally more of a shift into homeschool than back out of, though we have seen several families kind of work and go, oh wait, I can come in for 1 class or 2 classes. And especially working, if they're in our Denali Peak program, we're able to talk with them and make not reduce allotments for that. And then again, overall helps us both with that connection and support to our community, and also kind of gives us some financial advantage as well as a district. Another financial information, I do put some stuff in about the FY26 budget, but we'll talk about that later in the meeting when we took at the revision. Similarly, we're looking later at the budget assumptions, and then also the information on word policy with Hamlet and FNBA. We'll talk about that during the action item. We'll talk about a couple problems that came up with our October payroll, in that 2 people's accounts, we transferred money to a scam bank account that we'd received in the business office electronic submission through like our secure forms to update their ACH, the bank account information. So the business office did that. I think the day after the day it was supposed to be made, I'm up in Fairbanks on that Saturday, and I get a phone call from one of the people going like, when did I get paid? Or, what do you mean? And it's like, okay, we looked into it, found this, and immediately started working on working with the bank to reverse that ACH, and then also put a standing order in to if there's ever any money in that account again, to bring that back. You know, reported as like this was a false scam thing, and we received the money back from one of those accounts. At this point, I don't know if we'll get it back from them. The other thing that we did, just to let you know, we also just immediately confirmed the correct information and issued payment to those staff members so that they were not kind of harmed by this. So you're in like checking with people, you don't have any problems like making like scheduled payments in terms of like mortgage or rent or anything that you've got to do in the next day or two, because the ACH takes us a couple days to do. It's like, do we need to get a physical check today that you could do, like, you know, phone with a deposit on to make sure that you're kept on. we've gone through on the IT side with Rich really looking into it and going like, how this happened. Like, what we determined was not like a stealing of passwords. What happened was a kind of a classic phishing attack, meaning, unfortunately, the staff members clicked on a link in an email, and at least one of them, the email, was a spoofed email saying like, "Hey, this is Jeremy. Click on this for some business office thing." And in doing that click, it again went to a nefarious website. And what the website did is it grabbed the kind of token, the kind of electronic signature in your computer that holds your verification, like for your email. And for us, that's a Google account. So they had access. They didn't need the password because this electronic token, in a sense, is like what gets generated between computer systems when you put in a password, when you do your multi-step verification. It goes, you've got this token. That's how we know it's you, because there's this electronic thing. Unfortunately, the Google account is also provided access into the system Droplet, which let them then do the ACH form. So we thought it was secure, but by doing this phishing, it was in fact not secure. So we have made sure, and I talked with Jeremy, who's worked with Tracy and Nikki, that also with those internal chips, we'll always do a verbal verification for the person. Say you submitted this, what's the name of your bank, last four numbers of the actual account. Make sure it gets routed into the correct place. Similarly, just kind of reinforced lesson from the first student payment from a couple years ago, that when we have like with one of our larger vendors, that it's actually like a two-person verification. And we want to verify with two people checking two different ways, so that again, because just sometimes those are much larger. At this point, we don't think other systems were compromised. We do have Rich kind of talking with the staff about like, hey, this is everything we can track that they were doing, because you can see activity in different systems based on IP addresses. We're kind of checking to see like, were they able to get into personnel information and get other like identifying information like Social Security. We don't believe that they were able to do that, because in those systems, like for me to see the pages in our systems where I have my Social Security information, I have to enter my full Social Security. So there's no way to get that information unless you actually have that. So we don't think it was like that type of a breach on their side. We do think it was attempts for that. And then just looking at, keep working with staff. And, we're trying to see like, we'll get the actual emails to go like, what did it look like to help them identify it. Here you can see why it doesn't look right, but those types of things are getting better and better. We're even looking at kind of some shifts that we'll need to do in multi-factor verification, because some of that was, the multi-factor verification will be sent to your email. So if you do something, hey, here's this school district system, and they want access, I forgot my password, it's to the email, and send the one-time code to the email. We'll need to shift that so that as an individual, you're needing two different things to be able to get you that information. And then talking with Rich, that email kind of passcode verification is going to be the weakest multi-factor of the verifications. That text is stronger, and then a separate actual verification app is better, and then better are the biometrics. Like when you have something connected to like your phone or device that's actually doing this with fingerprint scanning, that's even more secure than those other things. Just the scammers get better and better, and they still keep going. Ooh, what's that? Click. Couple of facilities update. I mentioned at the work session, we did have a meeting with interested providers on the transportation RFP for our next contract for that. First student was the only people to attend. I'm glad that they did. It showed that they're interested in bidding. And he had some clarifying questions and shared for the work session. One was just, hey, can we submit like a different, like in a sense, multiple pricing structures? One, which is like on a per route basis, which includes and kind of spreads their anticipated overhead over all of the routes. And we kind of requested 4 routes so we can stand up in Anderson if needed. And they also said, could we do something where we're actually giving the price of, hey, this is what it costs for like our operations here, our bus barn, all that type of stuff to support it, and then what it is for the actual route. And kind of easier to see the impact of adding or subtracting routes from that. They thought it might be a better pricing model for both parties. So we said, yeah, we'd like to look at, we'd see both of them. We're always interested in good ideas. Just want to update, kind of a long-term, kind of small annoying issue down at Cantwell. The alarm that kept going off, no longer goes off. This is an alarm that said, it was saying that the water level in the tank that feeds the sprinkler system was low. It wasn't actually telling us that. It was triggering because when they installed the thing, no one actually wired it. Like that thing, like is actually not connected. And so the system would say, I'm not getting a signal. And anytime that was going on, people would just like ignore it or walk in and just turn it off. And it's like, that can't be how we react to alarms.
That's an annoying noise.
Yeah, it's an annoying noise, so just turn it off. It's like, no, it's an annoying noise, it's trying to tell you something that needs attention. So we were finally able to get that corrected. But the correction is basically, it doesn't go off. We do have to monitor the water in the tank manually. So we can gauge on the outside, you walk out from the back, you look and you go, it's got water. Okay, and it also should autofill. We just don't have this feedback mechanism. So I think that's better than say, ignore the alarm, because the alarm will trigger for other things, and you actually want to pay attention to them. Update on the Tri-Valley Generator project. In addition to the general engineering work, kind of mapping things out, we also got a quote for the actual work. The engineering for the wiring of the generator, unfortunately, requires us to dig a trench for and like put in a specific like wiring circuit for the generator feed the fire pump. Or kind of past or older systems, you can run it through like a dedicated circuit in the building, and that's no longer permissible, which adds a lot of trenching work and increases the cost pretty significantly to that. And the bid that we received was just under $150,000. I think initially we were projecting maybe up to $60,000 for that work. So we're meeting school district and borough. Gonna meet next week and talk about that. Try to figure out what to do with those costs to get that done. We are expecting delivery of the generator February. On the Grand Valley Septic and Leach Field, Jeremy mentioned that we did receive and then ended up paying for the design work up to the 95%. That company's kind of finishing up 100% design and also putting together the bid documents so we can go out to put the RFP out for that in January. And again, anticipation of construction on that project this summer. I'll state again, meaning that we do not have access to the softball field here at Tri-Valley this summer. We'll kind of keep remembering that being. This month, DEED also released their scored and ranked list of projects for the major school grant program. And the septic project for us here at Tri-Valley, project number 4 on the list. And we need aggregate funding of $36 million to be funded. I think that's a good chance that we'll get that. I think it's very likely that we'll get that. I also I think was looking at projects 1, 2, and 3 are not in like any of the big school districts. And so for like Anchorage to get something funded, they'll have to advocate for a higher aggregate amount. So we can kind of let other people kind of help lift us along with that. Sometimes it's good to be right above something that a big district really wants, because they're going to work to get what they want, get theirs. We're ahead of them, so we get help by that. Our other projects, the district-wide electrical code upgrade is number 17. That means $83 million total. And then the generator replacement Anderson Cantwell is project number 37, $189. And you just kind of think of state finances and go, yeah, those bigger numbers become kind of harder to get to. There are some rumors that maybe there's some interest, there might be interest in some money going into capital this year. Still a lot of advocacy work going on around the state about condition of schools. which again, kind of benefits us in terms of these projects, so be honest and say that we hear stories, and see pictures of the conditions of some of the other schools. And you might kind of ask the question that other people are asking is that, this current scoring system doesn't only include life safety scoring aspects to it. Which is a shame. Otherwise, I do think it's a good product in terms of it lists and ranks things based on kind of some quality measures and some group measures. And we've been able to leverage them as well. But other places have really struggled. I just want to let you know the activity bus on October 1st. Was it October 1st? No, I think it was November 1st. I was like, wait a minute, that's the same day I got called about the ACH thing. On November 1st, it was in Fairbanks and the alternator died. We had our hockey team up there, the alternator died. I was able to kind of quickly call, we did a couple things. First, we tried to get Mr. Gurley and he grabbed Mr. Romine, and it's like, all right, get in the van and start coming up. Like, even if we get the bus working, if something goes on, no, something's wrong with it, we're not letting it like conk out in the hills. Let's get some vehicles on the way. At the same time, I was able to call and I got in touch with Superintendent Luke Miner of the Fairbanks School District. He was able to get in touch with their transportation provider, Durham. They were able to get a driver and they were able to send a bus out and pick up our kids and then bring them down in the bus that we knew was going to work and get them there safely. In that interim, we were actually able to jumpstart our bus and Sterling was able to kind of keep it running. So Sterling drove the bus down without kids in it. I was actually ended up being maybe a half hour after them, and I was like, well, if I see a bus on the road, I'll stop too. And they kind of just went together, kind of made sure, just in case anything happened. And then this week we were able to get the bus into the bus barn here. First student said, yeah, come on in. Warmed up the bus, we were able to install the alternator, and the bus is working. I think I saw some kids getting ready to go somewhere. Saw someone bring a big giant hockey bag. I'm assuming that's what it was for. Yeah. On Friday, October 24th, during our kind of early release time staff, our teachers and TAs got together. We were doing some work on kind of from the Family Engagement Center from Alaska Association of School Boards, and really talking about kind of dug into some data from our School Climate Connectedness Survey, some of the rubrics and kind of information put out by the Alaska Family Engagement Center, and really ask people to kind of look through this and kind of try to do some analysis of where we think we are, but then also look for some opportunities for us. And then the action team facilitators, so me, Karen, Toby, Samantha, Ward, are trying to like look through that data that the staff provided. Not once we're going to meet again, and really looking for, hey, what's the next steps that we can do? By kind of looking at some of that I say it like that sticky aspect of it seems to be something that we still really need to be looking at improving. So what's the work that we can kind of suggest and try to work with this? So no, like, hey, look at what we're trying to do outwardly from that, trying to kind of understand and identify things. We also kind of identified one step will also be kind of like doing some sort of similar reach out in some format to parents, community members, again, some of that similar, trying to keep this moving. A couple legislative updates. The State Education Funding Task Force has met twice in the past month, once on October 30th and once on November 10th. I've watched the meetings, as they're happening, I watched the recordings. Largely that task force is gaining, just kind of learning a lot of background information. I think the first meeting, we started hearing kind of positional comments from the committee members a bit. I think the second one, they kind of focused and said, hey, let's just learn. It's just like, we'll get into it. Let's just try to get everything. The first meeting is really kind of like history and current status of Alaska. And the second meeting took a deep dive into looking at like other funding models, like kind of a deeper thing into how does our funding model work, but then also what are other kind of funding formulas and how are things structured in different states? Does that give different ideas to Alaska to consider as a better, more efficient, more effective way to the of these resignations, I have noticed with both Senator Shower, who is our state senator, and Senator Hughes, and both resign from the Alaska Senate. They're both in campaigns. Senator Shower is running for lieutenant governor, I take it with Nancy Dahlstrom, and Senator Hughes is running for governor. I don't know who her lieutenant governor candidate is. They resigned in order to be able to focus on that campaign. There are restrictions in the state of Alaska that prohibit someone from fundraising campaign like while the legislature's in session. So by resigning, they're able to. That opens up those seats. And in Alaska, the process for filling those seats is that the party of that person will send like a slate of options to the governor. So right now, and I think this slate's already gone to the governor for Senator Shower, it's in the process being developed for Senator Hughes. People that live in that voting district who are interested, contact the state Republican Party, in this case for both those candidates, say, I'm interested. Republican Party of Alaska sends names for them. Dunleavy says, this is who I want. That name then goes to the Republicans in the state Senate. They will vote to confirm or reject the governor's. The interesting thing with this kind of like in the politics of it, like in addition to, we don't know who it's for Senator Shower, our representative, Kevin McCabe has put his name in, so has the other representative for that voting district, and I think 4 other people. So it's probably gonna be one of the 6 eventually. But Senator Shower and Senator Hughes were in the Senate minority. There's a solidly Republican minority. But there were other Republicans in the Senate who were sitting in a bi-party majority caucus. The vote to affirm or reject the governor's appointee was made by all Republicans in the Senate. And so it's just kind of interesting, like, oh, there might be a difference in terms of that kind of like political philosophical outlook that our governor might want, who's, I'd say, much more aligned with that minority caucus. And the minority caucus is more aligned with him than the other Republicans that are sitting with the majority bipartisan caucus. And so you go, might be fun to watch. Might not. It's one of those things that there's going to be something interesting there. Whether we see that play out, it's all kind of closed doors in terms of kind of worked out for the appointment. It just makes it kind of, and also the fact that there are 2 people that are going to be shifting. And Senator Hughes has been in the Senate for quite a long time. Senator Stroud less so, but he's also been, the leader of that caucus this last year. So again, even though it's not an election year, seems to be significant shifts in that makeup of the Senate.
If McCabe was to Shower seat is within. Goes with this.
Same process. And then the House Republicans would.
During session.
It'd be close. It'd be close, because the party has to give the governor the names within 30 days. And then I don't know if he's got a timeline to put it down. And it would go through the same process, probably be less. There'd be less palace intrigue because the Republicans in the House, there are fewer of them in bipartisan. Kind of jumping down a little bit, just under personnel, we want to note that we increased the hours for our Secretary T.N.A. Anderson, she'll also be covering custodial duties there. Brings her up to full time. She's an existing staff member. It's not a hire, and so it wasn't sent to Jen. Required before. The other thing I'd point out, kind of moving to some of just updates from my meetings, somewhat on a legislative aspect. In one of my meetings with other superintendents, we talked quite a bit about HB 29. That's a bill in the House that would open up state healthcare system called Alaska Care, the system for state employees and public employees, retirees, teacher retirees, we open that system up for municipalities and school districts to purchase it. So a lot of discussion about that. That might be something that gets a lot of legislative attention this cycle as well. Also want to really say thank you to the board. This last month, I attended and participated in the AASA Superintendent Year Gala Forum in Washington, D.C. Really great experience. Like, you know, I was kind of nervous going there. It was a black tie event, so I actually had to rent a tuxedo and to make arrangements for that. Had a really pleasant time with the other superintendents of the year, both at the kind of the gala and the formal dinner. I will say I was very worried, just given everything that was going on, kind of the federal administration. We're going to hear from the federal Department of Education, and there was a representative, but it was apparently at like a level of such that it was somebody that actually cared a lot about education and kids, and this was very appreciative of work, and we didn't get political messaging. So it's like, oh, good, we get to enjoy ourselves. We don't have to jump into the other aspects of that. And then the other 2 days, they were just kind of in a form, kind of standard conference, just ability to hear from other superintendents, especially panel discussion with the finalists for the National Superintendent of the Year, and then kind of a large presentation for the Superintendent of the Year. And he's from Alabama, and talked a lot about in his school district work that he did, and really focused the school district on in terms of school choice. It's like, yeah, we are going to be the best choice. We're going to find a way we're going to be the best choice. We're going to work whether it's with neighboring school districts, with ourselves. But yep, we believe in school choice and the best choices. Somewhere here is going to be the best choice with a big approach. And I think that's something that even in our kind of smaller schools where we're like, I don't know if we kind of get a lot of different options for our small sites. Okay, but how do we make that the best choice? How do we make sure that if someone's choosing something else, whether it's homeschool with a different program, homeschool with peak, part-time, independent homeschool, whatever it is, it's like that we know that's not a negative choice. That's not a choice against us. They say, wow, that's great. Not for me, but that's great. That's, I think, what we want. We want people always making a positive choice for the kids, and I think if we make sure that we're constantly doing that, we will continue to see robust enrollment, and still we will be able to have people consider some good jobs in the community. They might go like, man, there's no housing, which is a shame because that's a great school. All my kids go there. That's the type of thing. So it's really nice hearing that messaging from kind of a larger school district. Everything. You don't face those challenges. Like, yeah, he does. And he rose to that kind of as the warrior you heard about at the beginning. And while I was there, I sorted out the stuff in Washington and got it opened up.
Thank you for that.
And the other thing, just kind of legislative and also dealing with DC, just this week, the U.S. Department of Education announced that they're kind of outsourcing a lot of their grant program. No one knows what that means. People I talk to suggest that there could be a lot of legal challenges with that as well. So at this point, it's like, oh, that's interesting. We'll just wait and see what that means for us. It is nothing that should, at this point, impact dollar amounts moving forward, or necessarily even like structures of it, because the funding levels and whether that's monies to specific school districts or block grants at the states are all things that would be controlled through the appropriations bills, which are passed by. And with that, I didn't take any questions.
I got a question. $189,000.
In the aggregate.
I understand that on the Tri-Valley generator, we way undershot, on our ask from the state for the grant and all that, but are we doing rewiring the entire building?
So first of all, for our Tri-Valley generator, we didn't go through the major school maintenance grant program, because even with this increase in cost, doing it this way, far cheaper overall and probably would be about as much local contribution in terms of. When I refer to the aggregate amount, since this is a ranked list, the way that it's then funded in the capital budget is a symbol line in the capital budget that X amount of dollars will go to fund the projects on the school major maintenance grant list in order. So when I say that the generator replacement is $189 million, I can't remember the value that we submitted for that project. It might be $1 million, 1.4 million. But for us to get the 1.4 million, the 87.6 million before it needs to be funded. So it's project number 37. Projects 1 to 36 are funded before project 37.
So that's the aggregate of all the projects before it?
Yes.
Oh, gotcha. Oh, this is not coming up with-
So
These are straight up gold. They are actual gold. Not gold plated. Understanding, thank you.
and structurally, that's like, it's a good idea in terms of this part of the capital budget. There is a process, whether we think it can improve or not, there's a process that says, we're gonna put these in a sense, order of priority. And there's the administrative process that has a scoring rubric that looks at multiple things and says, given all these projects that come in, 100+ projects that come in, what is the first project that we should fund as a state? Oh, what's the second? What's the third? What's the fourth? Sewer. They do this, and then it's the legislator that says, we're gonna fund $50 million for this list. And it gets through 1 through 5. But they'll be generous and say, we're gonna do 200 million.
So the electrical code update is also not easy.
No.
Understanding now. Thank you. Those numbers were all shocking me, but I have more actual knowledge of the generators.
And so it's like when we advocate for things, we talk about like, supporting this when it comes to like that concrete, it'd be like, hey, getting $40 million to major school maintenance is a great thing. Yeah, or like, $100 million. And it's like, we see where that gets us.
Don't everybody else act like I'm the only one that know.
I do have a question on the 150,000 overage on the generator, and you are meeting with I understand you're meeting with the borough, but is that going to come out of like our budget? Is that going to be split between the borough and the school district?
That's
Is
the
it going to-
conversation.
That's the conversation. Okay. Look forward to that.
I kind of had a question on the bid process. This is the first time I heard that we got a bid. Where and how does that process work?
And honestly, that's one of the things I need to look into, because that dollar figure gets to the point of kind of going, I really want to make sure that we did appropriate kind of posting bidding. That's, if not at, really close to kind of like more formal, like multi-bids and stuff. So I need to look at that.
And the super quick answer to that is, it's okay, Brandon, is the electrical engineer that we had come in to make sure that we were hooking the generator up properly. They also said they had the ability to install, so we asked them to look at the quote. So that was basically the first quote.
Okay.
And so at that, like, we could be saying like, well, this isn't work that's gonna happen for a while. We got the design work on, we probably need to make sure that's a good price. It is complex work, unfortunately, like especially the long trench, there's a lot of stuff they gotta kind of confirm, go find this pipe, these wires, dig around it. Like even the thoughts of like, oh, could we do some of this work internally? It's like, man, get somebody who that's what they do and is licensed, bonded, insured for that. We don't want to, this isn't time to kind of put the shovel in it.
Right.
I feel like I needed a picture and a report on the tuxedo and give you various socks.
No idea.
See a picture? Went full tails.
Yeah, yeah, it was in, let's see,
That's awesome.
my socks were normal.
What? Normal for you?
I mean,
Oh, okay.
with my favorite lapel pin and beautiful, silver native mask with some gold nuggets on it. So,
Oh,
so
very
sure. Bought at the Fairbanks Airport. Cause that little store used to have the best, like, jewelry, and not so much anymore, so. So shockingly quality stuff.
Thank you. Old business, 10A, board policies. Katie, to take this on.
Yeah, I move to accept the second and final reading of the presented policies, BP 3110, BP 3200, BP 3260, BP 3270, BP 3280, BP 3290, BP 3300, BP 3310, BP 3311, BP 3312, BP 3314, BP 3315, BP 3400, BP 3440, BP 3440.1, BP 3450, BP 3452, BP 3460, and BP 3470.
Okay. It's been moved and seconded to accept the second and final reading of the set of board policies. Any questions for the committee, or anything that you highlight?
I'm sure you looked at these last month, these are all, no changes from last month to this month. And these were all just kind of typo grammatical fixes.
I think we're ready to vote. All those in favor of accepting the second and final reading of the presented policies, hold your hand up. Thank you. All those opposed, raise your hand. None opposed, it's unanimous. We'll accept, the set of second and final reading of the presented policies. Moving on to board policy 3430. Kristen, do you want to take this?
Yeah, I move to accept the second and final reading of policy 3430 investing.
Second.
Moved and seconded.
And the language is the same as the board saw last month. It's a significant change to investment policy in terms of what your current policy is. And the big change is that it will open up the ability of the district to participate in an investment pool, meaning kind of like joining other municipalities, school districts in purchasing assets basically in like a mutual fund structure where we're purchasing shares of that fund. The pool itself, there's actually guidance in the Alaska statute about kind of the nature and structure of the fund, type of things it can invest in. Basically, there's such a fund that was stood up by the Alaska Municipal League. And it invests that kind of pooled resources into short-term assets. So some of it's held kind of as cash and like overnight kind of deposits, like we do with First National Bank, but then also short-term T-bills, treasury bonds. I think the average maturity, like in the fund that they were looking at, is, 30 to 60 days on average, and I think no longer than 13 months. So fairly short-term investments. And again, we own a share. It's designed so that when we say, hey, we bought 1 million shares, $1 million worth, we get 1 million shares. And so the intent is that the valuation holds, so the principal maintains its value. And by being short-term and kind of that pooled asset, you have a good kind of fiscal structure that helps maintain that valuation. It's not something like a mutual fund that you might hold in a retirement account that has like a shift as that underlying assets increase in value. It doesn't increase like that. It keeps that dollar and then kind of, in a sense, purchases more dollar for dollar shares as that. And that's that structure. We also kind of unrelated to the specific structure of this, also had some meetings and conversations with First National Bank. Initially, we thought they might be another option for us, and if so, then we maybe want to change or consider different language, because it turns out First National Bank does not offer like an investment pool. They don't offer a mutual fund structure to their investments, so they would be willing to work with us and set up an investment account that's invested in short-term assets, kind of similar to that. We don't have we're not recommending changing the policy to allow that direct ownership, largely because we didn't, couple things, like we didn't like the meeting with First National Bank very well. That was kind of like poor customer service, like when we raised the question of like, oh, so this isn't a pooled investment, it's not a mutual fund, it's a direct ownership. Like it immediately shifted from like, hey, we're gonna talk to you about like what the investment would be, like how do we think, what's a good recommendation we think for you, and shifted to kind of a why AMLIT, the Alaska Municipal Investment Pool, isn't that good of a thing. And then we're like, oh, okay, thanks for the information, I'm still really interested in this presentation. And then it was, yeah, we'll email you the presentation. And it was like, I mean, it's Halloween, so it's like, are you busy? But it's like, and it said like, I'm still interested in learning from you. And it was like, no, meeting was done. And they emailed us the presentation, and the presentation was a lot of information about like why AMLIT doesn't work. And not so much about why FNBA and direct ownership is like a really great idea. And I kind of go, no, it's kind of like the wrong way about, it's like sell yourself. We did, Jeremy and I did say, okay, well, let's remove that part of our consideration, just look at what is the information about the suggested investment strategy. And we looked through, and it's a fine investment strategy in terms of if we were investing a couple $1 million, you could probably have a decent structure of very short-term assets, so you'd have like cash liquidity with somewhat longer-term assets, still keeping things short within 1 year. They were suggesting up to 5-year total duration. And again, with direct ownership of assets, you never have like a risk of, if it's a bond type asset, a loan type asset, you don't really have a risk of not getting your principal back, provided you hold it to maturity, which in some ways kind of increases kind of risk on like, these aren't, well, we kind of sit on some assets pretty regularly, they're really not designated long term, they're not in some sort of permanent investment pool for the school. There are things that I can see happen that you might want to access pretty quickly if something like real drastic. Other things that we looked at, we said, well, what's like the overall kind of like projected difference in interest? Like if we have the direct ownership or the pooled side of it, how does that play out? It's like maybe 1/10%, maybe 20% difference compared to like, yeah, like it was not a significant increase in the return. And one of the benefits that we had thought might work with being a First National Bank would be ease of moving monies between the investment and our standard deposits. Really no advantage, because in a bank, the deposit side is kind of legally structured as completely separate from the investment side. That's done to protect the deposits, like your own personal savings checking accounts are separate from banks' investment stuff that they do. Basically, it helps make sure that you don't lose yourself. You lose the investment if something goes completely wrong. So we'd still be having to deal with this transfer and kind of delays. And it's like, well, that's not an advantage. So we don't see that we get that advantage that we initially thought. We don't see that there'd be kind of like a significant return. And we think that we further expose ourselves actually to a greater risk of needing the assets and end up liquidating some of the underlying investments, which might be in a time where it has an inverted valuation. Where with the large pooling nature of AMLIT and kind of like the ability for it to kind of provide cushion and stuff to protect that valuation, I should think that that's more likely to retain valuation or need us needing us, you know, so. So that's why we didn't change any of the language on this and feel that this policy as presented would allow us to participate in Hamlet. And as written, would restrict us to up to 50% of our reserves. So at this point, could be up to like $3 million. And overall would increase our interest return between 1.5% and 2%. Which on $3 million could get up to 60,000.
So, does that money then go into like the interest that we make off of like the sweeps and possibly, right? Does that money go into our unreserved carryover that is restricted to a certain amount?
It doesn't go in, it becomes normal local revenue.
Okay.
And so it could increase or impact the carryover amount, and it is not restricted.
Okay.
Like when we have those funds, the interest earned all over goes into our operating.
Mm-hmm.
It's only if we were to designate as an action, we're gonna take $100,000 and move it into a dedicated reserve. That's the only way it's gonna get into it. The interest actually comes into operating.
Is there a max on the reserve that we can have?
No. There's a max on your unrestricted period, but there was no statutory max on what you could reserve.
Have we kept that pretty stable, like stagnant, stable over the past years? Just like keeping a solid number in there kind of a thing?
I think we have largely through, kind of depends, sometimes we've been leaner, like when we've been waiting, like for the Anderson route to get reimbursed from the state. Then the capital project fund was sitting at about $500,000, where for a long time it's been sitting at 2 million, which lets us kind of do that good cycling of projects. So that fluctuates depending on the work we're doing and the timing of getting stuff back from the state. The student allotment reserve current year, you're kind of, again, think of financials from last year, it's going to decline pretty precipitously through the year. The carryover amount, more stable with decline, and then get recapitalized. So since that started, that seems to hold, I'd say the last couple of years, it's held about $700,000 in that fund. Transportation has usually had a couple $100,000 in it. We've again had years where, hey, let's use money from transportation to cover that overage out of the, so it doesn't come out of your operating budget, it helps with that end of your operating budget. And kind of gone back and forth in that, and that's, I'd say, hovered between, and depending on timing of the year and deposits from the state, between like 350,000.
With 19% or whatever carryover this last year, if we were coming up to the end of the year, is that also a possibility of figuring out ways to move money into that, or not using the interest from that?
One way to manage a large unrestricted carryover is to do a transfer to a reserve. Yeah. And the accountants are quite aware of that, and will work with the school district while they're doing audit to affect that transfer. They know to help with that. So I say it's better to do it before the end of the school year than it's time for after.
Any other questions, any discussion? Tina, could you do a roll call, please?
Yes. Abigail Walker. Yes. Kristen Randall.
Yes.
Jenna Ham.
Yes.
Lauren Brun.
Yes.
Tammy Oland.
Yes.
Forrest Shreve.
Yes.
John Adam.
Yes.
Sorry. And Katie Brady. Sorry.
Motion passes unanimously. policy is accepted. Then an 8-minute break. We'll take an 8-minute break, 8-minute recess, and return at 9:18.
Microphone's on. Great. Moving on to new business, item 11A. Lauren, could you? Sorry, that's me. I also excused our student representative, for the rest of the meetings, just an early appointment. Lauren, would you like to take, 11A?
I move to receive the fiscal year 25 audit.
Second. Moved and seconded. Dan, do you wanna give us the?
Yeah, what I plan to do is just kind of go through and kind of highlight, hey, here's like each kind of section. This is what the section says, maybe point out, hey, look at this specific page, or I think this page might be valuable for you for different various reasons. There's an electronic copy in Word docs, and there are, I think, 4 or 5 copies on the table, so if you have one, please do try to share. I also think we did not get a physical copy of the letter to the governing board, which is online. Good? Okay, good, yeah, copy of the letter to the governing board is on. That letter is, again, it's kind of to you, you've hired the audits, they're producing this report for you. In the letter to the board, the governing body really outlines kind of the scope of it. It defines some terms, some of the estimates that are used, some of the kind of like responsibilities and aspects of it. Just kind of like them communicating to you, hey, this is what we're gonna do. This is like kind of how we're gonna do the work. Doesn't really tell us so much about like what they found or anything like the technical stuff. The larger document is the basic financial statement. It's over 90 pages long. That's really what's referred to like when people talk about the audit, you want to see this financial statement. And the first 4 pages, pages 1 to 4 in that document, are the independent auditors report. And some of it's kind of similar to the letter to the governing body in that it outlines a lot of the work. It does some aspects of like kind of like it talks about like, you know, whether things are assumptions are reasonable or not. It kind of sets up some basic definitions. You also, when you read those things, if you read them in detail, you're like, hey, this is kind of saying that like these, like, but they're gonna tell stuff that's reasonable, but they're not guaranteeing it. Like you read it and you kind of go, wait, you're saying you don't really know what's going on. And the auditors are really good at that because they're gonna say things like, we'll see it in other places. We think this is accurate, but we weren't really looking for fraud, but we didn't find it. So it's like one of those, but again, they're also just being very technical. That's not what they were looking at. They were largely using information from management, spot checking some of our controls, which helps with the accuracy of that, sometimes helping us with that. But then saying like, overall, yeah, we think this is accurate, but we weren't trying to confirm that everything was accurate. So you'll see that throughout. And the other thing that the independent auditors report does, it kind of identifies, hey, these are the parts that we need to include. So again, it just kind of outlining the scope and sequence of the work. The kind of work itself and the numbers start on page 5. And pages 5 through 12 are the basic financial statements, meaning actual kind of numbers and calculations of kind of big picture information. So like on page 5, it's just a presentation, kind of like in accounting speak of assets and liabilities. So it kind of says, hey, here are all like kind of the financial assets that you have at the top, about $10 million. And then in accounting speak, there you also have liabilities equaling $10 million. And so it's like, hey, here are all the things that like you need that money for, what would happen to those in like a full liquidation. All that page always balances out equal 0. The next couple pages shows our budget and breaks it down in kind of some different ways that we don't usually look at them. Like kind of the pages that I say look at, and it's gonna go like, hey, I recognize that as if you turn to page 9. And specifically look in the first column where it says school operating fund, because that's really like when Jeremy's doing that monthly report, when we talk about the budget, we're talking about monies like in these categories. You see the revenue, you see local, and then intergovernmental or state or borough. If the federal source is there, would be federal impact aid, that's direct funding from the federal government. And then the expenditures, those are the budget categories that we report on and that we report on to the state. And so you look and you go, hey, that looks like our budget. The other pages, you're kind of like, that kind of looks like our budget, but something's different. So if you look on page 9, you go, okay, that's what's kind of familiar. And the kind of things to look at there, kind of some things to notice. Sometimes things we don't talk about. If you look towards the bottom of that first column, transfers in and out. And you see there's a transfer out of $65,000. That was monies from our operating fund that paid for pupil transportation. By state statute, pupil transportation is always actually paid from the transportation fund. So if we have an underage in that account in terms of what the state gives us in a year, if we've said, hey, we're going to cover that with our operating budget, technically what we're doing is transferring some money from our operating fund into that reserve fund, which is then immediately paid out. And so you see that here, and again, a lot of times we don't quite kind of report it to that detail when we talk about it. We just talk about in terms of budget and assumptions, how are we going to cover it. The other thing to look at is, again, kind of looking at those bottom figures, is the net changes in fund balance. And so as you go through the audit, and something that we've talked about in the last couple of months, is a surplus from last year. Confirmed with the auditors is $242,955. So you see that was a positive figure. And then you see that impacting our fund balance, both from the beginning of the year and then end of the year. And notice there, and you go, wait, that's kind of different from like what Jeremy talked about by about $1 million. This is all of the fund balance, including things that are restricted. So when we talk unrestricted, that has things removed from things that we've encumbered, contracts that we've entered into but haven't paid yet, different things that have been otherwise set aside and excluded from that. There's a calculation that we'll see that does some of that later. But understand, when you see that, unless it talks about whether it's restricted, it's all encompassing. Good page to look at because you're able to say, like, hey, how does this compare to those monthly reports? If you look on pages 11 and 12, kind of an interesting thing to just take note of. These are about custodial funds. And so we hold like our student activity funds, like if the school group fundraisers. Schools have bank accounts. We hold those funds for those groups. Those are called custodial funds, and they're accounted for in our audits. And you look at that and they go, like, yeah, again, we think things are reasonable and accurate. And those are monies technically owned by the district, but really we're holding them for themselves. On pages 13 through 40, you get notes to basic financial statements, and this kind of goes in and you get kind of like more detail in terms of they're kind of explaining work from before, like from those first pages. Like this is the stuff that supports those numbers that you saw earlier. Both kind of like just philosophically, like, hey, what does this mean? But then also sometimes like specific calculations. Like if you look in on page 22, there's a kind of detailed calculation about like, what are the financial assets? You know, capital assets that the district owns. And what are they? What did we add to them? See vehicles, you see that big addition of $270,000. You go, oh yeah, you've got a bunch of vehicles. Well, that makes sense. And so sometimes in these you see kind of specific calculations. Pages 25 through 40 are all calculations and information related to the retirement systems used by the school district, public employee retirement system, and then teacher retirement system. It's all those calculations kind of looking at, hey, how much money did we contribute? How did they work? What's the structure of these? How do people determine these things? Who determines these? What are different actuarial assumptions on it? All these kind of different aspects. And that's pages, what is it, 25 through 40. just riveting information about the retirement system. We get to, page 43, we start, kind of additional, like required supplementary information, and it's interesting, you look at it, it's like these additional layers of detail, ways to looking at it. This is a really good page because it compares your actual expenses to the original budget. So again, looking back to that original budget passed like in February or March of 2024, not your final end of year budget, but to the original. What was in that? How did that compare? Original budget, final budget, actual amounts, and then variances. You can go through, and that kind of, again, helps you kind of see like, hey, how was our budgeting work? One of the things that we've talked with the board about is kind of really needing to kind of true up some aspects, because that surplus that we saw was kind of like, hey, that was not kind of like our anticipated amount. And so we're looking at, well, hey, what was it? And so you can kind of see that comparison. The other thing that, again, to me gets kind of interesting, and it is something to be really aware of in these pages. So on like page 44, you see information on the arrears, meaning the under savings in the state public employee retirement account. And in the second column on that page, the district's proportionate share of the net pension liability. So again, page 44, second column. District's proportionate share of the net pension liability in dollar figures. So the state's basically saying the Valley Borough School District is liable for $1,852,911 for the public employee retirement system that it designed and it underfunded. Because if you read through everything on pages 25 to 40, it talks about how the state retirement board is the people who determine the amounts that need to be invested, and are the people who manage and oversee the investors and how to manage all that. And so the fact that that board from the state messed up, they're saying you're on the hook for underinvestment of public employees. But that's okay, because on page 48, it says, hey, we also did the exact same thing and screwed up the teacher retirement system. And the district's proportionate share of that liability is $2,360,522. Statewide, we look now, I think it's still around like 4 it's a lot overall. For the school district combined, that's over $4 million total liability. The state has put a system in place to try to address this. You heard Jeremy, when he was talking about his monthly report, he mentioned that, hey, the revenue on the on-behalf payments we're including in our revenue. The on-behalf payments are structure that the state put in place in, let's say 2012, but it could be wrong. To try to deal with the arrears, the underinvestment. And they said, the state will put additional monies into the retirement system to pay that down. But they do it in terms of saying like, well, they claim it's the district's liability and the state's paying it on our behalf. So that's why you heard Jeremy refer to it as an on-behalf payment. And so the state makes those payments. As long as the state continues doing that at that same rate, in like 30 years, they will deal with all of the
So why ascribe them to the district?
no one really, I'm sure some people know. I don't really know why they ascribe it to the district and why they ascribe it like to it seems to ascribe it to the district based on kind of aspects of current payroll where it doesn't make sense. It's like that was approved by kind of people like public employee system. There's nobody who works for the Valley Borough School District who's on that retirement system. Because it's a different tier.
Yeah.
So we're making payments for people who have left service with us. based on the employees that are currently working. I wasn't around during the conversation of setting that up, so I don't know the logic, don't know the logic of it. But it's something to be aware of, just in terms of like legislative, every legislative conversations about, oh, you should make the districts take that on, it's their liability.
Right.
That's in background for you to go like, yes, our liability just because you said it was, not because we did it. Again, that's all on the state. Even settling lawsuit with the actuaries that gave advice to the school attorney. Or, settled it on pennies on the dollar. But back to the audit itself. On kind of moving through, looking at page 52. Again, it has notes to the required information. So this is now kind of like, again, writing an explanation, a little bit more detail to kind of the middle supplementary section. That had the information on that comparison to the original budget, and then some additional information and explanation of the retirement aspects. If you look on page 56, and this gets into this kind of general supplementary information, we see kind of another version of our budget. And this one takes each of like the big line items that we talk about in terms of like instruction as a category that we look at, and expands that to like the subcategories. So that you see instruction broken down now into certificated salaries, non-certificated salary, benefits, technical services, staff travel, student travel, different types of things. And it does that for each of the big kind of budget categories, breaks it down into those different subcategories. And so it can give you kind of an additional layer of detail there. And by doing that detail, that runs it for, I think, 3 pages overall. And then starting on page 59, it's a look at each kind of special fund. So it's actually saying like, hey, what's going on with different reserve funds? So page 59 is just what's going on with the capital fund. Do we have any revenues to it, any expenses? Do we have changes? Where did the change come from? Giving you that total balance for the year. And then the next page is another special fund. And so the next page is a kind of a sub capital fund that is then specific to Tri-Valley Roof Project. And with that, you see, hey, we received money, so we received revenues in that. We had the expenses, used a little bit extra, and again, kind of balanced out our total revenue with our expenses, and there's no money left in the fund. So we closed out the project. Next pages are kind of like moving through and able to look at like kind of each different grant program from the state. Again, identified same things like, hey, what's the revenue and what are the expenses related to each of those grant funds that we talked about. Goes through. You see like the transportation fund, again, it's kind of the ins and outs on page 65. Another big grant was the early learning grant. See that broken down, the detail there on page 66. And then with each of those funds that were like on kind of combined pages, they break it down again with deeper detail for each of those individual funds, pages 67 through 77. So if you want to kind of go, all right, well, that's school improvement. You can look on page 69 and see the specific expenses there.
67 is pretty exciting. $827.
Yes. Transportation for up to a certain number of staff members to one specific event in the fall. It's the only thing you can use it for. It looks like we sent one person. But it's a grant, so it gets reported. Shifting a little bit I think a really good page to give context for board members is on page 70. It gives you a 5-year historical view of the budget.
Say 78.
Page 70. 5-year look back. Again, kind of top line budget categories. So very much like the budget that we look at each month. Then you go, hey, yeah, that first column, 2025, that's what was back on page 9. And then you go, what was it like in 2024? How long were we back? And if you want, you go into the office and go like, hey, can I get an audit from 2021? Line up the same page and say, what was it like over 10 years? And you can see some of those shifts in terms of whether that's revenue shifts or expense shifts. You get that look of, hey, have we had kind of surplus deficit issues? Has that been constant one way or the other? What's going on there? You can look for like, again, those transfer amounts, try to wonder about that. The change in fund balance towards the bottom, and go, okay, where are we at? And again, what's that overall fund balance? I just think it's really valuable to kind of give you the ability to look and go, hey, how are we doing? Are we pretty stable? Are things going up or down a lot? And try to understand, what is that? Can you remember what was going on then? We'll ask about that. I can go like, FY22 on. Oh yeah, that was related to some COVID. And I think specifically to COVID funding that we were had received, dealing with COVID funding or tax revenues that borough did not receive. So we said, you don't need to go to the capital. We're going to use $700,000 of this COVID funding so that the borough doesn't have to try to find money that doesn't have this. So initially, you might go, what? You kind of ask questions and go, oh, that makes sense. You remember that. Or we dig into it. Have someone else remember.
So in a couple of years, we'll probably look back and see somewhere reflected a larger number because we're no longer going to have a 90% unrestricted carryover that'll land somewhere.
Yeah, I would expect that kind of moving forward, like somehow that fund balance end of year, it's gonna, and I would bet if you look back before COVID, we would see it smaller. Because that year, 2021, is also when they waived that law. And so much federal money was done. And it was, let's make sure you always like you OPM, use other people's money first.
That's one of those things though, that if I'm looking at this 3 years from now, 4 years from now, what happened from those 2 previous years to all of a sudden it dropped way down, that's when that changed.
Cap them back in place. And then remember that, and the reason we had that excess money was this experience. And the extreme means that we went through as a society trying to deal with. So yeah. Page 79, very important page. As to what Kurt was talking about, this is your calculation of, so what is your actually unrestricted part of fund balance? This is the calculation. This is the page that tells us this. So you get the total fund balance, and then it says, hey, what can you exclude? Things that have been encumbered, things that are considered an asset but kind of unspendable as an inventory, fuel. And then impact aid we get to exclude, and we get to exclude our allotment reserve. So you subtract those from that 3.6, almost 3.7 million, you get the $2.1 million, divide that by current expenditures for the year, and for FY25, that was a little bit over 90. So it's one of those things, you get the audit, it's like, there are a couple things like, you had to flip towards the back, and this is one page, you go, what page is it on? Where is it? You look and you go, okay, like next year you go, we're under 10%. Which you want to see that.
And just to confirm, if we're not under 10%, then it gets forfeited back to the state.
Basically, they underfund you the next year by that amount.
Okay.
You don't have to write them a check. They'll take care of it.
They won't.
They'll help themselves with
Nice.
garnish.
They're efficient at that part.
We'll garnish our wages. The kind of last stuff to look at, last big section, starting on page 82. This is like the compliance section. This is like the report saying like, if there's something bad, they're gonna write about it here. Okay. And again, if you read it, you go through and you see, sometimes it's just like definitions, like, hey, a deficiency in internal controls exists when. It's not saying there is one, they're just giving you the definition. And then they're saying it's a material weakness if. But in that last paragraph, they also kind of talk about, hey, we've got limitations, we weren't looking for things, but then we get stuff that starts to matter. Given these limitations, during our audit, we did not identify any deficiencies in internal control that we considered to be material weaknesses. You go, oh, that's good.
Why don't they just highlight that for us?
No, I underlined it in my copy.
Or just,
When they do on another page, they actually summarize that. And that'll be probably the last page that we look at. But if you read through it, you'll see there'll kind of be a lot of stuff, and others just like, in our opinion, given the assumptions and limits, we didn't see. You know, I think that's good. It is. And then on page 84, it'll report like on each kind of major program that we operate. Potentially, if you receive a lot of federal funding, you'll get a specific kind of separate report on like the federal programs as well. You'll get the same things. Kind of your page, your really short version page of what did the audit tell you. You turn to the very back page and you see the chart. And you look at the chart and you go like, it's gonna tell us, were there any significant deficiencies that were identified that they found, any material weaknesses or any non-compliance with anything? And you want to see no. You want to see that it's unmodified, that there have to be like massive work corrections or stipulations for them. The internal controls, again, you want to see that there were no significant deficiencies in material. I'm not saying there weren't any, nothing that got in, but really them being able to say, we have no reason to question these numbers. We're not going to say they're 100% accurate, but we're not going to reason to question. That's what the note. The $750,000, it's a threshold between the significant deficiency or material weakness. And the one time you do want to yes is you want to low risk auditee. A couple years ago, we were not a low risk auditee, but that's because during COVID, we had so much federal money, we actually had the federal audit. If it's your first year doing a federal audit, you are a high risk auditee. So we were right. But it was shocking. We turned that page and went, whoa. Nothing bad. So again, short version, you turn to the back, you look at that chart, you look at the carryover page, you check the percentage and you go, all right. And then the rest, you look at those sections that we kind of went over, gives you kind of these highlights, you know, like, hey, there's these different pages that gives me some information. I can look at this and I can see how does this really compare to the budget information I'm seeing from the management every week. Is this really, is all that copacetic? Is it the same? Is there anything shifting? Is there anything surprising? Am I seeing anything happen? And then also the fact that about half of the pages deal with the retirement systems also.
Other questions or discussion about the motion to receive the FY25 audit? Tina, could you do a roll call?
Kristen Randall.
Yes.
Forrest Reed.
yes.
Jenna Ham.
Yes.
Katie Greavy.
Yes.
Lauren Bruns.
Yes.
Tammy Olet.
Yeah.
And Dawn Adams.
Yes. Motion passes unanimously. Thank you for the tour of the audit. 11B,
FY 26 budget revision. Jenna, could you take this motion?
I move to adopt the revision of the fiscal year 26 budget.
Second. Moved and seconded to adopt the revision of FY 26.
Yeah, so with the revision, we're taking budget that you approved in February and updating it with all the known information. So we look at revenue, we do have a new revenue figure of $13,461. That incorporates the changes in HB 57, the new BSA number of $700, which is only $20 BSA higher than what we built the original budget on. We trued that up. We put in the enrollment as per the OASIS, so in the next couple of months, we could see a downward variance. But it also has this huge upward piece from the original budget because of the increase in students. Kind of a note on that, I think I've referenced it before, but even with Anderson coming in due to the decline at Tri-Valley, we are still in whole harmless phase, kind of within budget in year 2 of that. And being in that is securing us $130,000 more than those enrollment figures normally. And we're not alone in being in whole harmless statewide, about a third of all school districts. On the expense side, we do have adjusted and increased expenses up to $13,391,347. Big part of that is truing up of all of our staffing. This takes any changes in personnel, and so new salary placement, new wage placement for that new person, any shift in benefits coverage, someone comes in and is replacing like a single employee with someone who's getting health insurance for family, it's going to shift costs. So all that's incorporated in. We do have the increase in the overall health insurance premiums overall over 15%. We've increased the monies allocated for peak student allotments to correspond with the enrollment there. Incorporate the generator rentals that we have right now, Tri-Valley for backup generator. Is that older generator died finally, and also we've gone through the process of truing up the budget from our actuals. We talked with you about Jeremy going through and saying, hey, this is off and we weren't expecting it, and we got through the audit and looking back and going like, why was it budgeted like that? Can we identify the reason for that? If there was surplus funds or expended funds, do we intend to spend those? No. Okay, let's reduce that line in the budget. Hey, if there's something under, that's like that is an expense that's going to keep going. Let's make sure that that's in. So we feel it's true to everything up. And also just kind of like staffing trip includes all the kind of staffing adjustments, basically up to the last week. Like, and includes a position that we're still searching for down. We've built that in. I don't think it builds in the shift of Tara Mosey's time at Anderson. That still budgeted as 2 separate part-time positions. Still have kind of a budgetary effect. So, but other than that, it's like everything known staffing to now is incorporated. Overall, for this year, was a deficit of $177,885, and if no action were taken, we had ended your carryover at $1,967,000. So we will have to do some stuff with them, but our actual operating deficit this year we're projecting is small, a little bit over 2.
Any questions for them? Our motion on the table is to adopt the revision of the FY 26 budget as presented. Tina, could you do another roll call, please?
Yes. Forrest Street.
Yes.
Katie Greeby.
Yes.
Lauren Bruns.
Yes.
Kristen Randall.
Yes.
Jenna Ham.
Yes.
Tammy Owen.
Yes.
And Dawn Adams.
Yes, motion passes unanimously. Item 11C, FY 27 budget assumptions. Tammy, can you take this motion?
I move to accept the approved FY 27 budget assumptions as presented.
Moved and seconded to approve the FY 27 budget assumptions. Is it, what we discussed earlier, and it looks like you've incorporated.
As long as you refreshed from the board docs page from right before the meeting, you should be able to open up in this agenda item, a document that starts with 3 asterisks. That's been updated since your work session. And so it includes in the staffing assumptions, the second and third bullet points of that up to additional to certified FTE, full-time equivalent to support additional student support intervention, math and reading, PE instruction, and explore the possibility of converting Python after school clubs to formal school classes. But possibly apply the instruction strength. And even just how it's going to go. What's something that again could help make that more interesting or so people that kind of
Discussion and full understanding. And Tina, could you do a roll call vote, the motion on the tables to approve the FY 27 budget assumptions as presented?
Katie Greeby,
Yes.
Forrest Reed,
Yes.
Jenna Ham, Kristen Randall,
Yes.
Lauren Bruce,
Yes.
Tammy Owen,
Yes.
and Dawn Adams.
Yes, motion passes unanimously. Item 11D. Katie, could you take this?
I move to approve the out-of-state travel for up to 1 teacher and 3 students to attend the American Rocketry Challenge national competition in Washington, DC in May 2026. Second.
Seconded to approve the out-of-state travel.
So we don't know if our students would qualify for this, but this is rocketry kind of class and exploration. Kids are doing this, Mr. Martin, I think, in his engineering class, designing and building rockets. If they are one of the teams that's selected as finalists at the competition that is actually just outside of DC, and this approval would kind of gives them that like, yep, hey, you guys go, and we got you. Not to know that like you're not gonna get there and go. And you did a similar approval last year. But it's about experimentation. It's about, sometimes you have some failures and you learn from it. Just ask SpaceX.
I think we'll do a show of hands on this one. All those in favor of approving the out-of-state travel for the Rocketry Challenge? Any opposed? Okay, motion passes. Item 11E. Of course. Take this.
I move to go into executive session in order to discuss matter personnel and student issue for which deliberative records are not subject to public disclosure.
Moved and seconded. Say we'll probably be back out before we need to maybe extend the meeting.
I don't think you need to extend the edit. Pull up the policy that says regular board meetings shall be adjourned at 11 p.m. unless extended. This is time.
Okay.
We haven't.
For some reason I thought it was 10:30.
We amended that policy a couple years.
We would like to be.
So yeah, all those in favor of going to executive session? Any opposed? None opposed?
I would anticipate 15 or 20 minutes.
Microphone's on.
Would you make a motion?
I move to come out of executive session and then return to the regular session.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded to return to our regular session. All those in favor, raise your right hand. Opposed? Thank you. We're back in regular session. Lauren, could you take this motion, 11F?
I move to waive the required 8 semesters of high school attendance set forth in BP 6146.1 and approve the early graduation of Cole Lucas at the end of the current school year, provided all other requirements are met.
Second.
Okay, moved and seconded to accept the early graduation of Cole Lucas. We all were able to review the notes from Cole, his parents, and the PEIC teacher he works with. All those in favor of approving the early graduation of Cole Lucas at the end of this current school year, provided all other requirements are met, please raise your hand. Favor. Thank you. All those opposed, raise your hand. None opposed. The motion passes unanimously. With no objection, I will suspend the rules to allow a motion. Jevon?
I move to accept the resignation of Superintendent Dan Folta, effective at the end of current school year.
Moved and seconded, accept the resignation. Mr. Volta.
It's tough, but sharing with the board, it just feels like it's time. And it's hard because nothing's wrong, nothing's bad. I just feel like it's time to try something else. And I'm not sure 100% what that is. And I've enjoyed working. If this really is the place that I started teaching in 19. And I took a break from the valley for a while and see some things in my life. But at the same time, it's just like I know I don't want to get to the point that I regret ever being here. And I do think the district is in a really good place. I think you have headwinds coming up. There's challenges that you're facing just because of kind of natural stuff, dealing with states and fiscal issues. But I think you're in a good position as a district. I think you're in a good position to make a final decision. And I think it's also a good time for me. Yeah.
Thank you, Dan. Any discussion? I'm sure we will be sharing many words in the future, but we will save them for the future. Compose ourselves. So by show of hands, all those in favor of accepting the resignation of Superintendent Ian Folta. Thank you. Any opposed? Unopposed? Motion passes to accept the resignation of Superintendent Folta. Thank you. So we'll return to our regular rules. Item 12. Assume we have no public comments.
I know, check the email.
Okay.
Comments came in very well.
Would anyone like to start with comments?
I always love the student presentations, and I love that they're exploring careers and all the different pathways they can get to fulfill their dreams. I thought a little bit more about that warrior quote and what are the characteristics of a warrior. So I was like writing down some things, and a lot of those characteristics came back to our warrior of the month characteristics, which are, you know, they're brave and they're strong and they have integrity, they have courage, you know, and they have perseverance. And so I just like think, you know, there's a lot of great things about a warrior that maybe we only maybe sometimes have negative things, but a warrior is truly brave. And so as we accept this resignation from Dan Fulta, I hope that you're a warrior in whatever you choose to do. I have shared this already, but I will share that this here, the district is in such a great financial situation because of the work that Dan has done here at the Borough School District. Our policies are good and tight because of his diligence in wanting us to make sure we review those on a really great rotating basis. That was not being done, I believe, before you started here. Legislatively, you know, we've done some great work. And it's been a privilege to listen to you speak to those things that will make it education here at the Denali Borough School District better, but as a state as well. So those are all the things that I have seen, but overall, I know that you love this area, you love this district. And I should have done first, but you know what? That's how I roll. And I truly appreciate your friendship and your work here at the borough. I mean, at the district. It's been a privilege to work with you for all my years on the school board. And I will wish you well. I always wish people well into new adventures and new climbs and whatever your life brings you. So that's all. So Lauren, you were I just looked that way and I said, Lauren's fun.
Oh, okay. I'm still a little bit in shock. You're so eloquent when you hit with news. I'm jealous. Yeah, the student presentation. Well, we should roll back. It was kind of crazy getting to talk about the budget and be talking about if we have to close a school and like, what did we want? Like, what things did we want to add potentially or have the money for? And I don't mean to like bring up hard things that we've dealt with in the past, but that was really, I really appreciated that. That was what we were talking about when talking about the budget assumptions today. And getting to hear in such depth from Toby, you know, how important the school culture aspect has been and a focus of this year. And I know it's been a focus of years past. And I just think that, you know, especially reflecting back on the conference and hearing other district struggles, that's so special and unique here, that's so important to make put so much effort into that. You know, that means kids want to come to school, they want to learn when they focus on that school culture aspect. It's such a priority. And yeah, and you seem very irreplaceable, but I'm really hoping you're not. Jonah?
I appreciate working with the board. So thanks to all of you for being part of our team. And Dan, thank you so much for your leadership. You've been an exemplary leader, and it's been a real treat learning from you, watching you develop as a leader, support yourself as a leader with the team of being here in the district. admire so much that you brought to the district and to the role. So you'll be missed, but you'll be, it's still a big wide world out there. That's all I have. Pass it to Ken.
I really appreciate what Toby is talking about. I just feel like I live in here because of the community that's here. And that's many levels deep, you know, the school, the students, you know, the general community. It's a big thing. We live in a unique place. And you know, the more I go to other places, I look around and I go, why would I want to live anywhere else? You know, and being part of this and I'm still kind of a newbie here, but I really just appreciated the camaraderie, you know, and the willingness to work together. When I was in Oregon, there was a lot of just even at meetings that would prohibit things from getting done. And I kind of have a story to some extent because the first school board meeting that I ever attended as a parent in this community, the school board and the borough were doing a joint project. I think it was to fix the roof on the school building here. And the school board proposed their proposal and the borough said, yep, we got the matching funds, and they voted on it and they passed it and away they went. And I was like, wow, that's impressive. They actually did something. Because, you know, just it would take years to do that kind of thing where I came from. And so I really appreciated this process here. Dan, you've been a big part of that in being proactive and being very candid and fluid in that process. And that leadership was critical to getting things done. You know, when you have to have a policy, make a policy to do something, and you have to fight to get everybody to agree, it slows down the process. It's really kind of gnarly, and I just really appreciated the process, you know, for the short time that I've been here, of really joining a team that works together and actually gets things done. And sometimes we don't feel it because it's just words of, you know, that we not and say yes, but it is progress. It is going in a direction, and it's maintaining a lot of the process that Dan personally, I think, has initiated, and that's commendable. And I agree that we're in a very hard place.
All right. First of all, I hope to see Toby without a beard. That'd be pretty cool. And for two reasons. One, I just want to see it. That means we got a lot of food to donate, so that's good. Also wanted to, you know, thank the 8th graders that were here. Good presentations, good things to start thinking about. You know, what are you gonna potentially do in the future? What things interest you? We got out of high school planning on going into business management with pretty much no plan for career, because I never really cared what I was going to do. I just wanted to make money to support my family. So maybe if I would have thought about it earlier, I would have more direction. But I didn't. Not that the opportunities weren't here offered in school. It's just good thing. Good job on the audit. Thank you for going through that. Really helps me to continue to grow my knowledge and what I'm looking at, what we're looking for, what we're trying to do with the money, and knowing that it's handled well. And I'm excited to see the budget assumptions that we requested. come back fleshed out, seeing what that might look like. I believe in reality and the likelihood that some of those things that we're asking for, probably all of them, are not necessarily going to happen. But I am glad that we're giving it a chance to look at it and see if some of those are possible. And yeah, thank you, Dan, for your time working with the district, and I hope you enjoy your next chapter. I think these ladies said more than I would say anyway. That's just who I am. And then congratulations to Cole Lucas. As a basketball coach, I wanted to vote no. Want him here for another year, but that's good for him. I'm excited that he's gonna be graduating at the end of the year and moving on to bigger, better things.
Thank you. I was struck by Toby's comments about like the positive school culture in here, and I felt like that was just kind of in line with what we saw at the ASB conference that Abigail and Bryce brought forth about Anderson. And like, it's so great to see that positive school impact being reflected in multiple sites here, and acknowledged by both staff and students. Huge thank yous to Abigail and Bryce for coming to the ASB conference and presenting and doing the things that they did. They were phenomenal. They were phenomenal examples of what this district is, and I really appreciate and applaud that they were able to come out and to present, do the things that they did. I also am looking forward to seeing what those what we might possibly, or I'm sorry, what those suggestions and the assumptions might possibly bring forth. I also agree with Forrest. I understand that the reality is not there, especially because, you know, pre-K is very important and we do want that. But thank you for even being open to giving us those numbers. I really appreciate that. And thank you for
I'm gonna save some of the more far-away language, but till later. I so appreciate your quiet, consistent commitment to the students of this borough, and it does extend to the students of the state as you stay apprised of everything that's going on in the state and top of things that might affect this borough. I was struck with Karen, one of the quotes from Karen's report, our director of learning instruction. She was discussing student engaged assessment. So the idea of students understanding themselves as learners, lifelong learners, and they have agency in their learning, so they can engage and influence their own learning. The quote is, "We are unique as a district in believing that all students at all grades are capable of these skills." And I just think that's a really, really good place to be. And we're seeing the high expectations coming through in the high quality work that's being done that we've seen examples here, and the character traits that we're also seeing examples of all the time. And blessed to be a part of it. I like the irreplaceable. We'll try, but you have created a situation that I feel like isn't going to be hard to sell. So thank you for that. Right. Yeah.
Working together to nurture, empower, and inspire today's students to positively shape the world. Things aren't over yet, but I will say it's really has been a real pleasure to be here for this long. And thinking of working together with the board through that time, like even the kind of changes and makeups of the board from the 9 people who initially voted to hire me. I think with one person who's still sitting at the table, and now the table only has 7 people. I always felt that that was a supportive relationship both to me, but also a supportive relationship, especially when I think of, you know, reflect on one of the norms that we have in the district, which is keep students at the center. So that's what we kept students at the center. And I think, you know, Tammy, you're talking about like, hey, we seem to get things done and we stay focused. We're not arguing about like the externality. Like, I think overall, like, as a community, as a board, but also as a community, as a school, keep students at the center. Okay, what are we doing more? It is the work that is for them, because it's their future. It's coming back to that idea of each of us in our ways, recognizing the needing to call for this challenge. Because it's like very few of us, even like if you look at the school staff, it's like very few of us, it's like we're teaching our own child in class. You know, we're sacrificing time here, the energies, the dedications, our passions, I think, really helping raise them. That's what we commit to in terms of like, it's what we not just really being able to do that and see that from every aspect of kind of the level of being a teacher, from being a pretty bad first year teacher, like really not. To then be able to sit here and hear you say this about being a superintendent, but also going through like maturation. Feeling okay. Going through that, seeing all the different ways that we work with kids. Where the kids that are just like shining, regardless of what we do, with the kids that are really struggling to take guidance. It's been like kind of like an amazing thing experience in the city district over this period of time. It's also been really amazing both in terms of the great things and shifts that we see, and also some of the sadder things that we see as a I will say as kind of last comment, maybe hopefully lightening this a little bit. My understanding of the superintendent who was superintendent before me, before the two other interims that happened that same year. The reason the board was actually maintaining that person's contract through 3 years instead of taking action on the board's part to end things earlier was they just wanted to say we can get through 3 years so we can get a decent applicant. And that didn't happen. And you got stuck with me. So if I can show up after a period of time board was kind of going through that, you are in a good situation to continue the progress that we've, and that's the thing, so we continue the progress that we've made so we can continue to be in service of the product.
There be no further business, the school district meeting at 10:47. Adjourned. Thank you. Adjourned. The word.